nor quantity, but the collision of thoughts and integration of wisdom. In communication, we pursue harmony. Through integration, we promote tolerance and understanding. Individual parts form a community. Our community creates synergy. Hence, wisdom inspires wisdom. Thought enlightens thought. "15 universities in Asia join hands to establish a community of innovation and wisdom. And set a new global benchmark in higher education collaboration. Integrate Asian wisdom. Shape a better future." Asian Universities Alliance.
This is Indonesia, a land of immeasurable diversity, a land that offers vast opportunities. This is the nexus of hopes and aspirations from across the archipelago.
Bersama, kami berikan kontribusi nyata lewat inovasi, karya cipta, dan pencapaian lain sesuai bidang ilmu. Dari UI, untuk Indonesia yang toleran, unggul, dan bermartabat.
Welcome to Universitas Indonesia. Since our beginnings, Universitas Indonesia has been continually evolving and building upon our achievements. We have become the biggest, best, and leading university in Indonesia and also Asia. Here at Universitas Indonesia, the best and brightest from across the region come to study. From diverse backgrounds, we build an intellectual community that enriches and enhances humanity. For superior generations, Universitas Indonesia provides world-class learning facilities. We implement state-of-the-art technology for research and industrial development. Our campus is accessible to all, also to the disabled. This is our commitment for realizing an inclusive educational environment. Universitas Indonesia is fully supported by environmentally friendly transportation and sustainable energy systems. We take pride in being a green and sustainable campus. Universitas Indonesia partners with relevant stakeholders to facilitate and provide ease of comfort for day-to-day activities for all our academic community. We recognize that each individual is unique, with unique talents and interests. As such, Universitas Indonesia provides opportunities for every individual to develop themselves to their fullest. Universitas Indonesia provides and fully supports students with great facilities and activities so that students are able to develop and grow to become their best. Together, we embrace our diversity to grow the future together. For Indonesia, for the world. Universitas Indonesia. Unity in diversity. Universitas Indonesia. Veritas, Probitas, Justitia.
Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. With our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners that will ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world.
Ladies and gentlemen. IT standby. Okay. Okay. MC ready. Okay. Okay. Moderator okay. Okay. Good. And 3, 2, 1, go.
Right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Now we will have the national anthem of Indonesia.
Okay, so this will be a semi-coaching session. I'll be talking for about 40 minutes or so, and at the same time, you can also draw on your draft. If you already have a draft or manuscript of a paper that you already have, go on.
Just keep on gathering data forever and still not be satisfied that we've completed. It's the same problem I was mentioning before. There is so much information out there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Peter, for your insightful answer. About 3 hours together, hopefully the material presented by you knowledge, new information for all of us, especially in order to improve the quality of our paper.
And see you on the second day of Writing Coaching Clinics of 2021 and ICSGS Academic Conference tomorrow. See you and thank you all. In this focus group today, if you need any assistance, feel free to contact me through the chat. You receive?
Berikanlah kami kekuatan, berilah kami keriduan-Mu untuk melancarkan acara ini, untuk mensukseskan acara ini. Di hari kedua ini, kami akan meneruskan program kami dari kemarin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Al-Fatihah. Doa selesai.
Semoga lancar dan video
Hello, all participants and audience of Writing Coaching Clinics, the 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference. We now in the main agenda of Writing Coaching Clinic sessions that consist of a concept talk and an interactive coaching session.
Now, a little bit of example of looking at the journal article. If you visit a high-ranked journal, it's one of the paper that Ms. Kela is using.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. After these, we are to proceed to lobby and we will have some announcements also for the closing remarks, as well as the attendance link for your reference. So please let me lead you to the lobby, and thank you, and also see you in the next event.
What brings change to the world? It is not area, nor volume, nor quantity, but the collision of thoughts and integration of wisdom. In communication, we pursue harmony. Through integration, we promote tolerance and understanding. Individual parts form a community. Our community creates synergy. Hence, wisdom inspires wisdom. Thought enlightens thought. "15 universities in Asia join hands. to establish a community of innovation and wisdom. And set a new global benchmark in higher education collaboration. Integrate Asian wisdom. Shape a better future. Asian Universities Alliance.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Jakarta, Indonesia, and good morning and evening to some of you in other countries. Welcome to the pre-conference seminar. This is the second program series of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference. This year, the School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia collaborate with the Asian University Alliance, AUA, to bring this significant academic conference with the grand theme of global strategies for the resilient and sustainable post-pandemic world towards a better future for all. This academic conference is jointly organized by Universitas Indonesia, the University of Tokyo, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, TUMSAT, University of Malaya, and UCSI University.
We proudly present this program pre-conference seminar to accommodate the conference participants across universities to have a roundtable research sharing discussion. Thank you to the focus groups discussants and audience to join this significant program. I am Victorina Arif.
And I am Iksan Gifari.
It is a great honor for us to be the master of ceremony of this event. We are pleased to inform you that among us here we have excellencies. Professor Ari Kuncoro, SEMA PhD, Rector of Universitas Indonesia. Ator Subroto, PhD, Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia. Dr. Eva Ahyani Zulfa, Vice Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia. Dr. Lin Yola, Chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference.
And today, we are grateful to have the honorable keynote and plenary speakers, Jenderal TNI HOR Purnawirawan Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, MBA, Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs, and the Social Emergency Restriction Coordinator in the Java, Bali region. Professor IR Dwi Korita Karnawati, MSc, PhD, Director of the Indonesian Agency for Meteorological, Climatological, and Geophysics. Professor IR Gunawan Cahyono, MArch, PhD, Indonesian architect and Professor of Architecture in the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia. Daniel Aska Alfarobi, ST, MT, MSAS, Subdistrict Administrative Head of Kalyanyar, Tambora, West Jakarta. We are also pleased to welcome today's moderators, Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim, FASC from UCSI University Malaysia, Ibrahim Khalilur Rahman, SE, MSE, PhD from Universitas Indonesia.
Allow us to give some information about the pre-conference seminar. This event is brought to you for one-day program, and we will have two main sessions today. First, the plenary sessions for the keynote and plenary speech, and we will have a discussion forum. Today, this session brings the theme of strategies and adaptations to the pandemic and emerging response.
Then, we will have 2 breakout rooms for each focus group discussion across the topics, according to the major conference area. The strategic and global studies are meant for social and humanities, while the sustainable development approaches are allocated for science and engineering track. You might choose either one of them in the breakout room according to your expertise, background, or preferences.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as the host of the event, now we will have the national anthem of Indonesia. Full salutation.
Now, we will have a welcoming speech from the chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference, Dr. Lin Yola. Please welcome Dr. Lin Yola.
Thank you, Ihsan. Excellencies, Honorable Minister, AUA Managers and Secretariats, Rector, Director, Dean, HOD, guests, discussants, and audience. Very good afternoon and good morning to some of you in other countries. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace and prosperity be upon us all. I would like to welcome you all to the pre-conference seminar, the second program series of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference. I am Dr. Lin Yola. I'm really honored to have this opportunity to chair this event. The 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference is an international platform to create an intellectual dialogue for academics, researchers, practitioners, and policymakers, where they can share and exchange the ideas on the strategic global and sustainable development approach. This academic conference presents 3 significant programs: writing coaching clinics, pre-conference seminar, and the conference itself. We hope that our first program of the Writing Coaching Clinic Seminar was contributing the significant impacts to the publication and writing skill of the participants. Currently, we have completed call for papers from all of the authors. Then we are proud to call for our second program of pre-conference seminar that we have today. The pre-conference seminar is the academic platform to accommodate the conference authors across the universities and backgrounds to have a roundtable research sharing discussions. This program aims to discuss the conference scope across the topics that focus on two focus groups: strategic and global studies and the sustainable development approach. Today, we have around 16 focus group discussions and around 559 audience across Asian university countries or even continents who will continuously join our programs through both Zoom and YouTube streaming. Besides the focus group discussions, we will also have plenary sessions with the remarkable keynote and plenary speakers. As we all aware, we have range of the speakers from the policymakers, academic, and community actors. It is very clear that this event provides the international platform for an intellectual dialogue among the academics and non-academics with the multidisciplinary backgrounds. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our sincere gratitude to our all leaders, President of the AUA, Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Director of SSGS UI that constantly and fully support the innovations in our program. To all layers of actors, AUA, university members, co-organizers, we have here the University of Tokyo, Tumsat University, Japan, University of Malaya, and of course, UCSI University, Malaysia. All of the speakers, moderators, discussants, audience, and of course, the IC team of SSGS UI, my sincere appreciations, and the success of this event is all yours. Thank you. Enjoy this international platform. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, MC.
Thank you, Dr. Linyola, for the welcoming speech. Moving on to our next agenda, welcoming remarks of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference from the Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Professor Ari Kunchoro, SEMA PhD. Please, Professor Ari Kunchoro, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, peaceful greeting to all of us. Your Excellency, Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, our Honorable Speaker, our Honorable Universitas Indonesia Vice Rector, Professor, Deans, Director, ASEAN University Alliance Secretariat, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As an Indonesia forefront higher education, Universitas Indonesia keeps its commitment to elevating the quality of academic and research development in every field to answer the global challenge and issues. With this, Universitas Indonesia is proud to collaborate with the ASEAN University Alliance to present the 2021 ASEAN University Alliance and ICSSGS Academic Conference with the theme of global strategies to a resilient and sustainable post-pandemic world toward a better future for all. There is no doubt that the pandemic crisis threatens almost all sectors of the global system. Thus, this year's conference objective focuses on sharing research findings and professional experiences to impact the post-pandemic world. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, this event, the pre-conference seminar with the theme Strategies and Adaptation to the Pandemic of Emerging Response, provide a platform for intellectual sharing and dialogue for authors of the 2021 ASEAN University Alliance and ICSSGS Academic Conference from multidisciplinary background. We bring this program to give opportunity for authors to discuss their research findings across the topic, so the concluding argument within the conference scope will be clearly presented. To keynote speaker, plenary speaker, discussion, and moderator of this event, it is an honor to have your valuable sharing today. To our co-organizer, the University of Tokyo, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, University of Malaya, and UCSI University, it is our pleasure to professionally work with you. We highly hope that this forum brings a significant insight for the authors of the conference and participants and audiences from academic and non-academic background. Hereby, I officially open this event, the 2021 ASEAN University Alliance and ICSSGS Academic Conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Ari. Excellencies, Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to have keynote speech from the Honorable Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs Indonesia, General TNI HOR Purnawirawan Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, MPA. In the context of this event, Honorable Minister Bapak Luhut Panjaitan will deliver his keynote speech as the coordinator of the social emergency restriction in the Java Bali region with the title of The Indonesian Strategic Policy on Emergency Restriction During Pandemic and Its Implications. Bapak Luhut Panjaitan, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, Rector of University Indonesia, Professor Ari Kuncoro, Director of School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, Arthur Subroto, PhD, Honorable Speakers, Ibu Korita, Profesor Gunawan, Dr. Daniel, Deans, Directors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to be here today, so we can attend a special event, 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference, which discuss strategic and global innovative research idea towards a breakthrough on global impact for society environment. In this opportunity, I will delivering a keynote speech on the topic of the Indonesian strategic policy and emergency restriction during pandemic and its implication. Since mid-June, Indonesia daily COVID cases were increasing due to the Delta variant. Daily cases which were below 10,000 in May jumped to a peak of more than 56,000 cases per day, with close to 50,000 cases occurring in Java and Bali. At the time, active cases had reached more than 550,000. In consequences, hospitals and other healthcare system were its limit. To this situation, restricting people mobility was the only option that must be taken. As of July the 3rd, the government started implementing the emergency community activities restriction enforcement, or PPKM, in Java and Bali to reduce and restrict people mobility. The restriction was carried out in order to suppress the spread of the virus and provide more time to increase the capacity of national health system, which is, I think, that time is very, very serious situation because all the hospital emergency full of people. To monitor the effectiveness of the PPKM policy, we established a composite index using 3 indicators, namely Facebook mobility, Google traffic, and NASA NOAA night light intensity. These 3 indicators enable the government to accurately monitor the movement of people at this district or city level with a relative short lag. On top of that, the result of our econometric modeling show information that how much mobility should be reduced and how long until the impact will be visible. This analysis is allow us to provide clear targets and specific policy recommendations to regional government, Indonesian National Armed Forces, and Indonesian National Police. Distinguished participants and ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic will not be controlled if we do not strengthen our 3T, testing, tracing, and treatment. The improvement in tracing is carried out by putting the TNI and Polri in charge, in collaboration with the Community Health Center, Puskesmas, and the regional head office. The results are solid, as we are able to increase our tracing from 3 close contacts per confirmed case to currently has reached more than 12 close contacts per confirmed case. Our testing capacity has also been increased by 3 to 4 times compared to the period before the Delta variant outbreak. We found the Delta variant is more infectious, and the patient oxygen saturation could get worse rapidly compared to Alpha variant. The spike in death rate was caused by the large number of people who chose to self-isolation at home were already in critical condition when arrived at the hospital. In order to break the Delta variant chain in infection and reduce the death rate, the centralized isolation facility become an important strategy by bringing a COVID-19 tested positive person to centralized isolation facilities. We are ensuring that person will not infect others and will receive adequate health care. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic will continue to occur around us. Number of countries that implement the zero COVID strategy have begun to shift and prepare themselves to treat COVID-19 as endemic. In the process of transitioning from pandemic to endemic, vaccination is necessary condition. Currently, we still have to work hard in order to be able to reach the 70% of coverage vaccination by the end of this year. Since we have not reached our target for vaccination, in order to prevent new outbreak, reopening the economy must be carried out gradually. The reopening of economic sectors such as shopping malls, industry, and tourist attraction is carried out through the trial periods using the digital application, Peduli Lindungi. It's a digital platform that integrates laboratory, test result, vaccination status, tracing, and community activities. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it has been 3 months since the PPKM Jawa Bali has implemented for the first time. FKM UI calculation show that for the first time, Indonesia effective reproduction rate is below 1. The positivity level is currently below the WHO standard of 5%. This means that we have successfully controlled the Delta variant, although we are still very cautious on this virus. The success in managing the Delta variant outbreak has achieved through a combination of science-based policy and successful execution in the field. This achievement would not been possible without the collaboration of all parties, ministers, governors, mayor, regions, TNI, police, academics, volunteers, health workers, students, and the entire community who have worked together, sacrificing their time and energy to overcome the Delta variant wave, which is, I think, I'm proud of that. This success is also due to strong leadership of President Joko Widodo, who at all times provide clear direction and continues to provide motivation for the successful handling of the pandemic. Last but not least, let this collaboration continues, and I really hope that this conference will mark a great impact in dealing with the pandemic in the near future. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Luhut Panjaitan, for the remarkable speech. Unfortunately, Bapak Luhut cannot stay with us due to his other presidential duty. However, we are so honored to have your keynote speech today, Bapak Luhut. Thank you again, Bapak Luhut Panjaitan. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching the plenary speech and discussion agenda. Let me pass this session to our today's respected moderator, Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim FASC. Before that, allow me to introduce you to our today's moderator. He holds his PhD in wastewater engineering in the United Kingdom and Bachelor of Chemical Engineering in Monash University, Australia. He was also a Fulbright Fellow in Cornell University, USA, and an Advanced Management Program in Templeton College, Oxford University, United Kingdom. He is now actively involved in new initiatives to develop improved guiding policies for the advancement of science, technology, and innovation for the country. In a nutshell, he has made contributions to the nation's pursuit of scientific R&D, development of S&T policies for Malaysia, marketing of palm oil worldwide, and creating public awareness of S&T through his writing in Made in the Media. He is now a professor of chemical engineering at the UCSI University Kuala Lumpur and serves as a Fraunhofer Senior Advisor for Malaysia. Without further ado, let us welcome Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim. Please, Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Victorina, and thank you to the organizing committee for inviting me to moderate the sessions at today's pre-conference seminar. And I've been asked to look at the session on sustainable development approaches. As have been mentioned in the keynote address, we face a lot of threats. The world faces a lot of threats. We thought we were only facing climate change and global warming, but the pandemic came. And the pandemic is also a big threat to the world. It has disrupted economies and it has brought a lot of sufferings to people all over the world. The number of deaths has escalated. So we are faced with a health crisis and it's not over yet. Although the vaccine has been introduced, and now the latest we hear is that there are some therapeutic drugs that have been developed. So these are good news, but we must remember, I've been told by scientists that the pandemic is also a product of our neglect of the climate change, because the pandemic actually came from disturbed habitats in our biodiversity. It's the microbes which have been disturbed from the natural habitat. It came out and it started infecting people. So the bigger enemy, in fact, is climate change. So I think it's very appropriate that the organizers have picked the theme of sustainable development as the theme for the conference. And today we have 3 speakers who will speak to us on various aspects of sustainable development, including the role of architecture and others. So without further ado, can we invite the first speaker to the speaker is let's see, Professor Dr. I.R. Dwi Korita Karnawati, MSc PhD. We will speak on there's no topic. Yeah, please go ahead. Okay, is the speaker ready? Professor Dwi Korita.
Yes, excuse me. Thank you very much for the time. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the invitation to thanks to Professor Dato Ahmad and also to all colleagues in the Zoom. And I would like to share several aspects related to disaster warning and alert in Indonesia, especially during this pandemic. And I would like to emphasize on the challenges and the innovation that we need to further improve. First of all, I would like to briefly illustrate how the complexity and dynamic of the challenge in Indonesia is not only related to the tectonic condition, like what I see in the map at the bottom, the two bottom maps, Indonesia is situated in the most active plate tectonic region, as well as in the ring of fire. Actually, it's not only single ring of fire, but also influenced or controlled by the Circum-Mediterranean. That's the ring of the volcanic activity coming from the Asia. It's not only surrounding the Pacific, but also coming from the Asia, from the western part. Well, then again, next slide, please. Indonesia is also situated. No, it's that slide number 4, please. No, slide number 4. I think it's different. Okay, anyway, actually, I would like to mention that Indonesia is also situated in between two big ocean. That's Pacific Ocean and Indian Ocean, as well as two big continents, that Asia continent and Australia continent, as well as we are situated in the equators. So we are not only vulnerable for the earthquake and tsunami, but also we are vulnerable for the global climate change, or the impact of global climate change. So that's a complete challenge from the climate, from the weather, from the tectonics, from the volcanics. And how we must strengthen our policy for disaster mitigation. First, we must improve, keep continuing to improve our technology, to improve our innovation in technology. Otherwise, we could not face, or we could not mitigate properly how the tropical cyclone, which significantly increased in terms of the frequency, the occurrence of tropical cyclone. Now it's almost every year, even though in 1 month can be twice of tropical cyclone. That's according to BMKG data. And again, La Nina, El Nino, in the past, according to our data, the cycle or the return period, it's can be 8 years return period. Nowadays, it can be only 2 up to 3 years. So it's getting shorter return period. This situation is also getting worse when the environment has been changed, uncontrolled. So complete disaster occur, multi-disaster, multi-hazard. Even now we have pandemic, so we can have disaster and disaster. So within the pandemic, we have been struck by earthquakes several times. We have been struck also by tropical cyclone. We have been struck by landslides, debris flood, and flood. So basically, first, for the policy in disaster mitigation, at first, we must improve our capacity, especially the technology. Indeed, like BMKG, working together with other institutions, national and international institutions, we improve our capacity, such through tsunami early warning system. Now we have early warning system, but still limited to the tsunami warning due to the tectonic, due to the earthquake, because 90% of the tsunami occurrence mainly due to the earthquake, due to the tectonic, like what happened in Banda Aceh. However, since 2018, we struck by tsunami Palu. Normally, tectonic tsunami, it has about 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes to come after the earthquake struck. However, like in Palu, The tsunami arrival is very quick, very fast, only within 2 up to 4 minutes. And our existing early warning was not designed for the tsunami like what happened in Palu, because it was not purely tectonic tsunami. According to the tectonic knowledge, it's supposed not induce the tsunami because the fault, the earthquake was due to the strike slip fault, which actually not result in tsunami. However, the fault result in landslides, submarine landslides. So the tsunami was not purely due to the earthquake, but due to the submarine landslides. Similar, in Sunda Straits, we have another tsunami, and it was not due to the earthquake. It was due to the volcanic eruption and inducing submarine landslides. So that's why we start to understand that our existing early warning system is not really fit to the existing challenge, where non-tectonic tsunami occur more and more. So that's why another innovation now is still ongoing in order to provide early warning, which is also capable for the non-tectonic tsunami. That's still the homework, not yet completed yet. And another thing, another challenge is about, because when we talk about the early warning system, when we talk about the mitigation, disaster mitigation, it comprises upstream and downstream. Upstream is mainly for technical things, technology, technical matters. So like for observation, monitoring, simulation, modeling, and then prediction, early warning. Unfortunately, when the product of the technology, that's the information such as early warning information, when it is produced, it must be delivered down to the community. So the community in the impacted area must receive that information as early as possible so they can provide proper response to save their life. Unfortunately, due to various social, cultural problems, the information coming from BMKG, which has been received by BNPB, like in the picture, then received by BPBD. So it must be understood that information from BMKG is directed to BPBD and BNPB as well as to the media, also to the police and the army, not directly to the community. Because in the downstream, it is coordinated by BNPB in order to deliver further, especially through BPBD, the information from BMKG delivered further to the community. It can be through various media. Unfortunately, we conduct the fact-finding. We found that the end of the chain of that information is disconnected due to several reasons. It can be due to the technology reason. It can be due to non-technology reason. For instance, due to the technology is like in Palu, earthquake and tsunami, information from BMKG can be disseminated to most of the people in Indonesia through the mobile phone, through the website, through the social media, except for the people living in Palu, for the people living in the vulnerable area. That because the BTS, the communication was collapsed due to the earthquake occurred before the tsunami. So information from BMKG just stopped in BPBD, could not be delivered further because the electricity was off, the communication network was off, and the people, the person in charge to handle that information, which is in the local government, which is in BPBD, was not in the place because it has been the office hour. Yeah, and unfortunately, disaster doesn't have office hour, so it's quite non-technic reason that we need to have the people in charge in the local area for 24 hours. And that's still the problem. So that's the problem of non-technical. And another problem of technical is about the communication network. To solve that problem, we try to improve the innovation by providing the communication, which is not depend on the electricity and the Wi-Fi and not depend on the normal communication network. We just launching another communication backup just for the backup. So it must be several layers, several redundant communication. We provide for HT, that's a communication, radio communication. And we have tested that in Pacitan and in Cilacap. It works well. So the HT can replace that problem, can replace the electricity, the communication which require electricity and Wi-Fi. So hopefully it can also be implemented in other parts of Indonesia. And we really request the local government, because for the downstream, it is mainly conducted by the local government, BPBD, and instructed by BNPB is the leader in this downstream. Now we are working on that. And this is another problem. When the innovation suppose can be received by the local government in the regency and in the province or in the city that's in BPBD, then they press the button of siren. So the siren of early warning actually has been prepared by BNPB. It's more than hundreds, yeah, several hundred sirens across Indonesia. Unfortunately, the siren, now the lifetime has been expired, and the spare parts for the siren to replace the expired spare parts is not available anymore in the fabricant. So there is another problem. That's quite many sirens doesn't work anymore. It's not only about the electricity, about the siren itself, which was built by BNPB, then given to the local government to be further maintained. So it's supposed to be maintained by local government, operated by local government. So when BMKG send the warning to the local government, so they can press the button by themselves as suggested by BMKG if the level of warning is at the top level. Now it doesn't work. Some doesn't work. It's quite many doesn't work. It is another problem. Yeah. So again, we are trying to innovate again. We put the siren in the mobile phone. So now, if we install the application from BMKG, so we can have the siren in the mobile phones. It's not the real siren in the tower, but still it is under the test process, test period, experiment soon. It has been implemented successfully in Pacitan and in Cilacap. However, again, when we rely on mobile phone, sometimes the network of mobile phone is also collapsed. So that's why we need satellite.
Dr.
For disaster.
Can you conclude now? Because
yes, we are approaching the. Thank you very much. We are approaching for the conclusion again. When we talk about disaster, it's not only technical but also the social aspect, cultural aspect, community empowerment. And during the pandemic, we have. Could you jump to the pandemic slide? We have prepared since early last year. At the beginning of pandemic period. We provide several guideline rules, that the people should provide, the local government should provide shelter, which is double larger than what available now, because for the distance resistance due to the pandemic, and also must provide more protocol for healthy, integrated in the protocol for evacuation. All information is available in this poster. Mainly, we must stay healthy in that procedure for evacuation by implementing this protocol. So thank you very much for all of your attention, and very happy to have further discussion.
Thank you very much, Professor Dwi Korita, for your very insightful speech. And we all know that disasters, natural disasters, climate disasters, health disasters, we all have to contend with now. Thank you once again. And next, because of time constraint, we have to move to the next speaker. And the next speaker is Professor I.R. Gunawan Chajono. And he is a very illustrious personality. Education, he had in architecture engineering from Universitas Indonesia, and Master of Architecture from UCLA, USA, 1983, PhD from University College Berkeley, USA, and he is a professor in architecture, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia. He's got a long list of achievement, so I have no time to go through all of them. I hope the participants can look at the information that is dished out by the committee. Please, Professor Gunawan.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ahmad Ibrahim, for the generous introduction about me. My dear colleagues, I cannot mention all of your name, but all of you are honorable. So let me share my screen. Okay, is it clear now?
Yes, yes, very clear.
Okay, let me see whether it can be full screen.
Please try to keep your time to 10 minutes, Professor.
Okay, my topic is the redomestication of humans, urban spatial change to live by the pandemic. The pandemic is not over, all of you know that. Thus, we still need to live by it. So stay home, that's the command. By the time this presentation is prepared, the world has recorded 219 million cases, with 4.19 million cases in Indonesia. The main concern of this presentation are two questions. What lessons this pandemic has taught us, and what can we discern from the wisdom of our ancestors? You can see, of course, all of you know about this. The issue raised, the stay-home health protocols have become new standard to live by the pandemic. Thus, we are encouraged to domesticate ourselves. Are we in the era of redomestication of humans? Let us retrospect about how human beings have evolved and what she had achieved with all the creation of the earth. Here are some of the pictures. Domestication of humans. Domestication refers to a process of taming animals and plants by a controllable standard set by the dominant species to the environments with certain means to achieve the aims. In such a process, humans domesticated for reducing wildness, destructiveness, and aggressiveness. Are we now more aggressive? That's the question. A recent discovery of paleoarchaeology and genetics reveals that about 600,000 years ago onward, ancient humans experienced self-domestication. So we inherit the overall figure and social evolution, which leads to civilization. Perhaps the excess of civility leads us to become insatiable and less civilized. You can see the school of ours now become, we don't have huge jaw anymore. These are the process of self-domestication is aftermath. Many scholars suggested that human self-domestication to reduce aggressiveness had involved the development of the concept of commensalism and mutualism in the long process of symbiosis in evolution. It led to the creation of agriculture, private property, city, and state, with also the exploitation of humans upon humans. Here, commensalism and mutualism developed earlier had faded and exploitation of humans had gradually emerged. Under the framework of free market economy, which we are in now, property, wealth accumulation, and progress had further divided differences among cultures with all the consequences. When mutualism is its plus-plus condition, commensalism plus and zero with no harm to the other, parasitism with plus and minus. That's the picture. Collaboration and social cohesion. Mutual benefit prompts humans' collaborative act. It establishes norms for social interaction and cohesive bond. Yet such conditions did not rule out conflicts, xenophobia, and wars. It was this collaborative act that led to further development of rules to live together and means of protection and strategies for small group survival. A firm agreement of norms and then rules may lead to the agreement of status, lineage, family, community, and even state. Social stratification may lead to class difference and dominance of one group upon others. This is megalothemia, if you're familiar with Fukuyama's work. Here occur the opportunity for one group serve or exploit the others. Collaboration needs inclusiveness and equal recognition standing for those participated. We see the old picture, artist impression, and so on. This is a collaboration act. Human exploit humans, slavery. The practice of agriculture led to settlement formation, and the occurrence of different social groups may have claimed territorial border. At the earlier stage, it was quite possible that the community built shelter for all members, as shown by many village communities today. However, conflicts, battles with captives as the residue had led to the exploitation of humans upon humans after the ideas of production, ownership, and excessive consumption. If city defines civilization and determines the price of products, then it had also generated human exploitation upon humans. Slavery came out as a byproduct. So we continue. The idea of property, capital accumulation, and class distinction alter consumption patterns from those of subsistence and productive, need-based, to those of conspicuous, leisure, class-based. The growth of wealth had also created the leisure class, whose predatory culture had induced greed and competition to be served exquisitely. By the capitalistic thought, exploration of the earth caused catastrophes such as climate change, pollution, wildfire, flood, and shortage of resources. The modern lifestyle supported by the technological inventions created new norms which had weakened physical health as less bodily movement and long duration of staying in one position at work. Spoiled by the ability to accommodate the environment, we live in a comfort condition and consider it as a given and a norm. Then comes the COVID, which stopped our growth. Here, what we did. A revisit about domestication. Domus, which later adopted in English, dome, meaning house, is the root of domestication. Yet we have no idea about what habitation was like in the past. Dome was perhaps a temporary shelter erected by our ancestor in order to stay for expecting the plants she had tamed yielding the consumable products. This entails the earlier settlement despite its temporal dimensions. multifunctionality of dome environment. By building domes, humans establish a place of existence. In and around it, the daily activities have taken place, including worshipping, working, rearing, communicating, domesticating, storing, educating, entertaining, body cleaning, resting, eating, and caring. Entire smaller social unit grows with the house environment, as almost all resources are within reach without transport. House environment was a microcosmos which provides an engaged meaning of life. Thus, the ancient humans had mostly stay home and conducting daily life around home. Now we introspect ourselves. While staying at home, we may rethink our act prior to the pandemic. The world had been suffered from our greedy exploration.
You have 2
Sure.
minutes.
Thank you.
2 minutes.
Our sky seldom so clear, the air never so pure. We seldom notice the abundance of domestic activities which had been undertaken by family members. We seldom aware of the existential will for other family members. And by the advancement of technology, we can do many things at home. We can thus rediscover the meaning of home and then humanity. Challenge ahead. So the lesson, learning from self-domestication of early humans had provided a certain insight which might lead us to different paths of civilization. First, the path to civility could have led to communal resource possession, such as land, water, air, and energy for isothermia. Second, the path to strengthen family ties with more equal distribution of responsibility with sound household management in education, healthcare, entertainment, sport, and other need-based consumption. Third, the path to reconstruct the social life with fair access to healthcare, information, education, and need-based supply chaining network. Fourth, the path to alter production and consumption distribution network ought to be managed by the communities of smaller social units. Fifth, the path to engineer the process of social order and fair distribution of power. Sixth, the path to restructure the cooperative type of production, draw economy to its original meaning, ensuring fair share and distribution of income with environment consideration. Seven, perhaps we should follow the path of the donut economics model versus that of growth-oriented one. Eight, plan with mission for innovation to empower improving our environment. So the pandemic draws us back to the basic humanity by providing the opportunity to rethink the current malpractice which caused the exhaustion of our mother nature. These malpractices have also created social injustice, increasing the gap between the rich minority and the poor majority. Staying home may ask you to either complain about the disruption of normalcy or to reflect for finding a new rethinking framework. I prefer to find the new path based on the wisdom of ancient self-domestication for a more human nature. So, fair distribution and uses of urban space need regulations, which ought to be community-based with necessity as the measure. In this regard, city and village become a continuum of settlements. There will have no urban-rural divide as urban lifestyle will merge with that villages. The role of design school ought to reorient their approach from design for to design with. Design ought to take serious efficiency and justice with sustainable development goals as major considerations. I would like to express my appreciation for Professor Lai Chi-Kian for informing me about donut economic model. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Gunawan. Very interesting analysis of how human is going back to be domesticated. I think over the last many years, we have gone wild. We have been destroying the environment. And now the pandemic has forced us to go back and be domesticated. Very good. Thank you very much. Next, we have a speaker, Dr. Andes Daniel Azka Al-Farabi. He is actually the sub-district administrative head of Kalyanar, Tambora, West Jakarta. Please welcome Dr. Andes Daniel, please. Please unmute yourself, Dr. Andis. Yeah. We can't hear you. You need to unmute.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Pak Rector of the University of Indonesia, Pak Arif Kunchoro, the Honorable Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs, Pak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the Honorable Director SSGS UI, Pak Otor Subroto PhD, the Honorable Conference Chairman, Dr. Lin Yola, and the Honorable all invited speakers and moderators, also the seminar participants whom I respect. Thank you for the opportunity and an honor to take part in today's pre-conference seminar. I hope that my experience while serving as Lurah Sub-District Head in Kalianyar can be useful and enrich our discussion today. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Daniel Askal Farubi. I was the former Sub-District Head in Kalianyar from 2016 until August 2021. And just now I have my new position as Secretary of the District Head in Palmera. In summary, what will I convey today is divided into three topics, namely where and how is Kalianyar Sub-District, how was Kalianyar COVID-19 in Kalianyar Sub-District, and how did the people of Kalianyar respond. Before I go more about the Kalianyar Sub-District, I want to highlight the condition of DKI Jakarta Province. According to the Law Number 29/2007, Jakarta is the capital city of the Republic of Indonesia. It has 5 municipalities with 1 regency, 44 districts, and 267 sub-districts. West Jakarta is the highest density municipality. And also, according to data from the Health Agency, West Jakarta has the second highest number of positive cases of COVID-19. West Jakarta is divided into 8 districts, and Tambora is the highest population density districts. Kalianyar Sub-District has an area of 31 hectares with 29,000 people. So the population is not quite high, but the problem here is the area is very small, only 21.8 hectares. So the density is 5 times higher than the average density in Jakarta City. So from the picture, we can see the condition of the Kalianyar. The buildings are so crowded. The Kalianyar people live in a dense environment and have limited space. And the housing are lacks natural ventilation and lighting. And the main character of the community in Kalianyar is heterogeneous, coming from various ethnic groups. The main types of employment are day labor, private employment. The average per capita income is only 2 until 5 million rupiah per month, or around 135 until 300 US dollar per month. The economic activity in Kalianyar are dominated by the informal sectors in the form of the home industry, especially in confection. But even in such limited situation, I can proudly inform that Kalianyar had no case until mid-April 2020. And when Jakarta had reached more than 1,000 cases, around 1,900 cases, and was the second highest recovery rate in Tambora districts. And according to the data DKI Jakarta Provincial Head Office, the spread of the COVID-19 in Kalianyar is still relatively low. Now I want to go back to the early break. So I remember that the governor of the Jakarta already give us the instruction, all the sub-district head, that we have to be aware about the COVID-19 at that time. And in February, I remember in February at that time, it's not COVID-19, it's still called the Wuhan phenomena. Then I believe that the first action is the most crucial to reduce the spread, mostly in the area in Kalianyar, since the area is so crowded. These are the first initial action that we conduct together with the people in Kalianyar, optimizing power network to assist the need, sharing the information aids, and responsible to the community level. We also providing disinfectant collectively, since the local local disaster task force need a time to procure the disinfectant, etc., because the regulation, and that's why we provide disinfectant collectively. We also make we also cleaning and spraying the public area periodically. We also get the aid from our network. At this picture, we can see the BMW give us the aids, and also we make face mask distribution to the people. At that time, actually, the use of the face mask is not what we call it. It's not recommended for the health people actually. The people in the neighborhood in Kalianyar also making a gate in order to what we call it, to reduce the spread of the COVID-19, so the stranger people cannot enter the neighborhood, and the community can be safe. We also make a community of the kitchen, as we know that at the first time of the pandemic, it takes time to get the PCR results more than 1 day, around 2 or 3 days. And then at the time that the people has to be stay at home, and we provide all the food. So the people in Kalianyar are cooking the food and give it for free to the people who make self-isolation in their house. We also providing the public hand washing, so we can find many public hand washing around in Kalianyar and provide it with soap, and it's all free. We also cleaning and spraying the public area periodically. So the whole series does need a concert effort, not only the local government, but also all the elements in the community to collaborate, especially in adapting to changing situation with limited funds and other challenges. As well known, the pandemic is not the first yet. Nothing is new under the same sun. There will be no new normal in the absence of creating resilience and sustainable future. So as Abraham Lincoln once said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andas Daniel, for sharing with us what happened in terms of response in the West Jakarta. As we can see, people come together, and it brings out the best in people during this pandemic, collaborating and helping out society. Thank you once again, Dr. Andas Daniel. And now we go to the session of discussion, question and answers, and some questions from the audience. And I would like to invite my co-moderator, Dr. Ibrahim Khalilur Rahman, to actually give your comments also on some of the presentation that has been given. Please, Dr. Ibrahim.
Thank you very much, Professor Dato Ahmad, for inviting me joining in the discussion. And my name is Ibrahim Khalilur Rahman. I'm lecturer at Sekolah Strategik and Kebijakan Publik, University of Indonesia. It is an honor for me to accompany Professor Dato. I'm looking up to him in this occasion and in his capacity as a researcher. So I think the session has been illuminating strategic policy, which we can see the connection from the macro level, where Pak Luhut mentioned how Indonesia has introduced several policy to mitigate the problem of the COVID pandemic. And then from Professor Bikora, which I like, the important notion she mentioned is that disaster doesn't have office hour. Disaster can come anytime, which means that our capacity and our ability to protect and to give the early warning system is very important. And then the third, Professor Gunawan mentioned about Francis Fukuyama remark, which is very interesting, as myself is also an economist, that maybe we see pandemic from the other side of the coin, where it gives several opportunities for us to contemplate that it will flatten the stratification of people, so that the extraction of people on other society can be reduced at this time for the time being. And lastly, I'm really happy and amazed with the presentation from Dr. Andes Daniel, how a district which is very densely populated can avoid the turbulence of COVID pandemic. Maybe if I can rise up one question, Professor, if we can attract them with one question. So Professor Dwi Korah, you mentioned the challenges that government is currently facing regarding the spare part. Syringe doesn't work, a spare parts not available, and with this, with the fact that hurricane and then earthquake can come anytime, what will be the solution at this point to mitigate the problem, and how can you illustrate with us the communication with the local and sub-local districts, such as Pak Daniel here as Lurah, for instance? What will be the mean of communication to raise the awareness that we are now entering a very risky condition? If we don't prepare anything at any time, it will be, it will be jeopardizing society at large. Please, Professor Dwi Korah and Pak Daniel.
Well, thank you very much for the questions. It's very challenging questions. Basically, why we emphasize the importance of early warning system, especially during the pandemic. Because if we neglect this importance of early warning systems, it will result in worse situation during the pandemic. So by neglecting early warning system, then the disaster occur and many people must be together, stick closely together. So that will be getting worse, like what happened in Western Sulawesi, in Southern Kalimantan, and several other disaster area. So it can be the cluster, new cluster for pandemic. And the questions, what I just explained is just the background. Why when we talk about the pandemic, we're still thinking about the early warning. Because in order to prevent further spread of the pandemic or being the new cluster. And the answer, the question related to the siren, the spare parts. Yeah, siren and spare parts, it's very important to provide the early warning directly to the people. Unfortunately, due to that limitation, so we cannot do that for several areas. And the solution, we just develop innovation, the new version of siren. The new version of siren, it can be installed into our mobile phone. So it's not the real physical siren. So that's from the mobile phone. By assuming the communication through mobile phone will not collapse due to the disaster. And how we can coordinate with the local, our head of village, we work together with the local government. They have an existing system in the local government, how to connect the local government to the local village, collaboration, coordination. Right. So we try to jump into the existing network from the local government in the kabupaten or in the province directly to the local village. And we also visit the local village directly to talk, to do some field school. Yeah, we work with the local village for the field school, for the fishery, for the farmers, and for the student and the local village as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dwi Korah. And Pak Daniel, when you mentioned about 3 steps of action that you mentioned in your slides, initial action, voluntary action, collaboration, what has been the mean of coordination? I mean, looking into the area when you were working on, it was densely populated. The risk of COVID spread has been really huge, I believe. But then with whole collaboration that you have it has prevented the region from further further attack of the pandemic. What has been put as mean of coordination and tool of communications between you, yourself, and the population at large, society at large?
Thank you, Pak. So, yeah, in the first beginning of the pandemic, I believe that Kali Anyar will be suffer enough if we don't prepare from the beginning. So, yeah, in the first of all, we already coordinate with all the stakeholders, including the Islamic scholar in Kali Anyar, because as we know that the majority in Kali Anyar are Muslims. So we invite all the Islamic scholar. We discuss with him. We ask them to help us to communicate with the people in Kalianyar. So and I'm so lucky because when the pandemic hit the Kalianyar, I've already working in Kalianyar for 5 years. So there is trustworthiness between me and the people in Kalianyar. So that make us easier to communicate, to coordination and communicate with the people in Kalianyar. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I'm giving back to Professor Dato, one last question from me for Professor Gunawan. You mentioned how the transition during the pandemic has changed the landscape of social structure from megathemia to isothemia. What will be the consequence for urban planning? Does it mean that now we will be witnessing less development of malls, condominium, everything will be flattened? Do you see any particular difference in the future when we are becoming flat in the society, Professor?
Yeah, it needs, thank you for this marvelous question. The most hurt probably the big capitalist, okay, the investor, the developer. What I mean is not to take out all of the revenues, but you can put less revenues and then invest more in environment. That's what the donut economy tells us. And then I think the government should rethink about the cooperative, which in Indonesia now means kooperasi, not kooperasi anymore. I squeeze you all to squeeze out your energy and to myself. So thus reduce the gap between the rich and the poor, and then conduct a more justice policy from top to the bottom.
Thank you, Professor Gunawan. And now I'm giving back to our main moderator, Professor Dato Ahmad. Please, Professor Dato.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim. Those are very good questions. I'm especially interested in the presentation of the views from Professor Gunawan. The re-domestication, that's quite interesting. But do you think that people will change? You know, we are into the new normal, but once things get better, do you think we'll go back to the old normal in terms of greed and all the other stuff?
Thank you for this comment. People now used to and live in their comfort zone by the tradition of capitalism. But we need to really aware of what happened before, because I am a survivor of the COVID. So I have the time to rethink all of what happened to me and my environment. I never realized that my wife has so many burdens to work at home. And I never realized that I have the responsibility to also teach my grandchildren. So I have no complaint about what COVID brings us. But because surviving the COVID, it's a blessing as well. So I think we need to really think about ourselves. Live side by side with capitalism is okay, but we have different paths towards civilization. That's what I think. So I just try to conduct a new study about redomestication rather than follow the term new normal and so on. Just go back and rethink so we can make our own theory, not led by all of this capitalistic work, especially after the Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher era, which reduced the capacity of government and led a lot of outsourcing of the government work to the consultant and so. I think we need to rethink that. A recent book, Mission Economics by Masukato, also accompanied with Donor Economic. I think it's a very good book and make me to realize that we have to rethink about ourselves.
All right, thank you very much. Can we have some questions from the audience? I don't see any question from the audience. On the...
Prof. Ahmad, we actually have compiled some offline questions from the audience.
Yes.
IT team, can you please present the questions?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, we actually have several offline questions for your reference to all plenary speakers, Prof. Ahmad.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Maybe we could start from the first slide.
There is a question here for Professor Di Korita. We are used to face a lot of natural disaster in Indonesia. Now we are forced to manage the pandemic. What should be the main gap of strategies in overcoming for the long-term solution?
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Should I answer now? Or,
yeah, you can answer now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, indeed, now we are still in the pandemic period. And unfortunately, the disaster doesn't care whether there is a pandemic or not. So that's why the strategy to solve that problems, we must keep continuing, even keep improving our capacity to monitor, to predict, and then to provide early warning. Because when we fail for that, the impact will be double or triple. Because not only victims due to the disaster itself, but also multiple impact to the pandemic. So this catastrophic event can occur. So that's why the strategy is improving our existing capacity. We conduct a collaboration with several experts from the university and agency, as well as from international experts. So that's what we decided for the strategy. Thank you very much.
To give early warning, we must be able to read the disaster well, isn't it? We must know that disaster is coming, so we give early warning.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the, I've come across the use of satellite also. Satellite imaging.
That's the technology.
Trying to understand the disaster. Okay, next question, Professor Gunawan. What would be the new direction of city development post-pandemic? Was the correlation between pandemic crisis and new direction of city development explained in any of the classic city theory? If you could recommend what goal of SDG is to be amended or added in response to the pandemic issues? Please, Prof. Gunawan.
Okay, I want to know who asked this question actually.
Well, we don't have the
looks like it's a planner. Our financial framework in Indonesia is annually filled out by the government, local government. So in terms of this framework, usually the city provides policy, provide the design, which is for the community to accept without any rejection. So I design for you. With this framework, we can do very little. What I propose is to change this framework, not design for, but design with the community. So it needs a longer period of construction of the policy and also the plan to develop. So development is for human. It's not for building or sanitation. Of course, it's for human too. We need to construct a good or civilized person. So that's the first question.
Yeah.
So we need to turn the previous city theory or planning theory upside down after the COVID. The second question, Sustainable Development Goals, put the goals up to 2030 for all of the nations who committed to achieve. It's not over yet. Then come the COVID. So many from the 17 goals, many are still applicable. We don't need to amend it. I say, what we need to consider is to control the crowding instead of density in terms of city. In the goals 11 is sustainable cities and communities, right?
Yeah.
So develop the community, develop the citizen, then the city will be developed quite well.
Yeah, that's right. The crowding. Actually, one of the big issue in the pandemic is the overcrowded facilities. And if you look at the cases in the pandemic, most are concentrated in the urban areas because of the crowding. So maybe there'll be a spread of urban into rural, as you mentioned in your speech as well, isn't it, Prof. Gunawan? Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Now we have another question for Dr. Anders Daniel Askar. Pandemic is a real threat to all layers of communities, including the poor and the informal communities. As the sub-district head who is so close to the poor, what are the national policies to be improved or replaced in response to the pandemic with concern on the poor especially? Dr. Anders Daniel?
Thank you, Pak. So actually, we already have several programs in order to help the poor that impact from the pandemic. Some of the program is called Bantuan Langsung Tunai. So we give the money direct to them, and then also we give the sembako like rice and sugar and etc. So these are the direct impact of the. I mean that are the several concerns from the government, and then in connection with the improve of the pandemic. So I think we have to help the informal sectors. So we believe that informal sectors are impact so hard because of this pandemic. So we do need to help the informal sectors like direct loan or with a very small interest or maybe an aid to the informal sectors.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anders Daniel. Oh, there is a question for myself as well. I'm not the plenary speaker, right? But anyway, this Indonesia and Malaysia, in fact, all countries are going through tough time in the pandemic. And of course, I can see that there is more urgency to collaborate among nations, to share how we have managed the pandemic. Equally, I think ASEAN, Indonesia and Malaysia and all the ASEAN countries, we need to come together and look at how we're going to manage such kind of disaster in the coming future. But I believe that technology is one of the key areas that we need to look at. And we have now use of technology like digitalization and industrial 4.0. So this should be applied to the health sector, the economic sector, and I think Indonesia and Malaysia, there are a lot of opportunities to collaborate. As you know, Malaysia and Indonesia, we are together we produce 90% of the world's palm oil. So, so we can cooperate together, then it will be good for both countries. There is a question now for yes. Can you show the other slide, please? Yeah, that's right. No more questions?
That's all from the offline questions.
That's all from the
Ahmad,
offline
yeah.
questions. All right.
Yes.
Then I saw one question from the chat box. I think there's no more question.
And we have one more question.
Yes,
Professor Dato. I'm still, I'm still scared when listening to Professor Dwi Korra presentation. When she mentioned how irregular tsunamis we had in Indonesia. So usually tectonic tsunami took 20 minutes to 30 minutes before reaching people's homes. But the last one in Palu, it was only taking about 2 to 3 minutes. And the problem is even more so when we realized there was no signal to allow us being connected to the early warning system. So in that kind of circumstances, Professor Dwi Korra, what should we do when we first, see something is not correct, it's not right with regards to tsunami or earthquake?
Right. Thank you very much for a very difficult question. Actually, that's also the difficult part facing by all experts of tsunami. So it is it makes us realize when we are not really ready with the technology. So we must back to the local wisdom. For instance, like in Palu, we also have investigation related to the cultural and social local wisdom. Actually, the earthquake occurred twice. The first earthquake is also strong, but none of the animal running away to upper hill. However, the second earthquake makes cows and animal running away to upper hill, and the people looking after the cows chasing the animal, so they are safe. So the wisdom that we learn, we use the earthquake itself as the early warning. So starting now, we campaign to every community in the coastal area. When you feel ground shaking, just don't think about the early warning. Just run away from the coastal area, find the highest place. Don't think about siren, don't think about the early warning. The early warning is the earthquake itself. Until then, we innovate our existing early warning. So back to the local wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dwi Korra. Back to you, Dato.
Yeah, are there anybody in the audience who wants to ask question? Ask live question instead of this chat box. Anybody from the audience? No?
We actually have the if this is for Ferhat Karaca. If Mr. Ferhat is here, maybe you can turn on your microphone.
Yeah, please.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, please.
This is Ferhat, and we have been working on to improve the residential buildings to make them more resilient for the pandemic, for longer time of isolations. So while I am listening Professor Gunawan, I just like to ask this question. I think he can provide some insights and ideas. How or what kind of designs we can adopt or implement for the residential buildings to keep people more mentally healthy. Even I saw your picture in a boat. It seems that you are quite relaxed there, mentally healthy. So that's why I just like to ask this question particularly to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, please.
Farhat.
Thank you.
We are now used to air conditioning, but unfortunately, I am not buying that idea. My house is without air conditioning, so please design more more opportunity for the windows to open. Cross ventilation, this is one part. Second, your design should be convertible. The COVID teaches us that. You see, many buildings have been converted into hospitals. So don't make a very fixed design for your building, but convertible become a new concept. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Any others want to ask question? That was a good question from Mr. Farhat.
Hi.
Anybody else?
Can I?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Komara from Perkotaan. Actually, I struck by Professor Gunawan, actually. So there are two things. One is a challenging of neolib school of thought, actually. I like that to some extent, but means that the Department of Economics around the world should be closed. Sorry, just joking. That's one. Yeah, challenging, Pak Gunawan. The second one is, I'm a bit a kind of exploring question to you, because now I'm working with Kemenparekraf on promoting tourism. But tourism is, from the word tour, is travel, looking around the world, enjoying open air, enjoying art and social and culture of other people. The problem is, well, even virtual tourism is, people don't buy it because they're sitting at home, and virtual tourism, come on. Yeah. So my question is, how do you see the future of world tourism? Yes, Pak Gun, silakan.
Yeah, please, Prof. Gunawan.
I cannot know the future, actually. That's a challenging question. What I want the government think about is that don't make kind of manufacturing of heritage and consuming the tradition for tourism sake. Keep the values, not the price. Don't turn the values of the local community into price. Okay? Values can be priceless. Of course, when you convert it into currency, it can become price. But what we did now is kind of manufacturing our heritage and then consuming our tradition. It will do harm for the later cycles of economy. So be smart after the COVID, I think.
When do we have to stop, MC? What time do we have to stop?
Yes, this is probably the last questions for this sessions, Prof.
Last question.
Ahmad. Yes.
Okay. Right.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, the speakers, and also those who raised questions. I now pass back to the MC for the next. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad, one of our remarkable moderators of today's session. Next, we kindly ask Chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference, Dr. Lin Yola, to give a token of appreciation to our honorable speakers for the insightful speech. Please, Dr. Lin, to give the token of appreciation.
Thank you very much, Ihsan. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to present the token of appreciation to all of our speakers today. The first one, of course, goes to our keynote speaker, Bapak Luhut Panjaitan, the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, Bapak Luhut, for the very remarkable speech of today. And The next one, we have a token of appreciations to Professor Dwi Korita Karnawati. She's the Director of Indonesian Agency of Meteorology and Climatology Geophysics of Indonesia. Thank you very much again, Prof. Dwi Korita, for the very wonderful speech today. And the next token of appreciations goes to our Professor Gunawan Cahyono, PhD. Thank you very much, Professor Gunawan, for the very remarkable speech today. Thank you very much again, Prof.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And the next one, we have a token of appreciations to Bapak Daniel Aska Alfarobi. Thank you very much, Bapak. Our Pak Lurah from Kalianyar. Thank you very much for your insightful sharing today. I think we really learn about how you really deal with those communities and in facing the pandemic. Thank you very much, Bapak Daniel. And of course, thank you very much again to all of the speakers and our moderators today. Thank you very much. Thank you, MC.
Complete our today's program, we invite all speakers, Professor Dwi Korita, Professor Gunawan, Bapak Daniel, Bapak Ator, Dr. Lin Yola, Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad, and Bapak Ibrahim to turn on the camera as we're about to take virtual photo. IT team, are you ready? Okay, I'm going to start the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. IT team, all good? Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ibu Yola. Thank you very much, professors.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dwi Korita, Prof. Gunawan, Bapak Daniel.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. Now, we are entering the next agenda of pre-conference seminar. The event will be divided into two focus groups. The first one is the Strategic and Global Studies that will be led by Ibrahim Khalilur Rahman, SE, MSE, PhD. And the second one is the Sustainable Development Approaches that will be led by Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim, FASC.
Before we start the discussion, I would like to give some announcement about the rule of the session. To our dear participants and audience, I would like to inform you that you could join the focus group session to your preference by clicking the breakout room button on your Zoom application. This session will be recorded, hence we would like to ask for your consent to be recorded. The link for attendance list will be available in the chat room at the end of the focus group discussion session. There will be committee members stand by throughout the entire session in the both breakout rooms, and you may leave your concern in the chat room addressed to IC committee if you have any further inquiries.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, the breakout room is now open. See you.
ada suaranya.
Recording in progress.
Okay. I hope I'm in the right room now.
Yes, Professor Ahmad, you're in the right room.
Right room.
Yeah, maybe we will wait for several minutes for all the audience and participants to join into our breakout rooms.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you, Prof.
So we have 6 speakers, 6 discussants, isn't it?
Yes, Prof. Ahmad, we have 6 discussants.
And each person is only for 10 minutes?
Each discussants for 7 minutes.
Oh, 7
Prof.
minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
7 minutes.
Yeah.
If they can do in 5 minutes, better.
Okay.
We have a good discussion. Yeah?
Sure, Prof.
So what time we have to finish this one? This focus group?
We will update Prof. Ahmad. Yeah. Yeah.
They are given 15 minutes break, is it?
Yes, Prof. Ahmad,
So
we'll have a 15 minutes break and
we'll
then we will go back to main session.
We'll start at 3 o'clock.
Okay.
3 o'clock, yes.
We'll start now. Let me open this breakout room session.
Okay, right, please.
Thank you. Dear discussants and audience of the pre-conference seminar, the 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference, we now in the main agenda of pre-conference seminar sessions that consist of sharing and discussion sessions across the topics. This focus group is named Sustainable Development Approaches, and I am Victorina, and I will be representative of the committee in this focus group today. If you need any assistance, feel free to contact me through the chat room. The attendance and certificate of participations will be presented to the registered discussants and audience whom attend the complete program. Attendance form will be shared towards the completion of the program. So without further ado, let me pass these sessions to our today's moderator, Professor Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim. Please, Professor Ahmad, the room is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Victorina, for that introduction. Yes, I can see that we are into a very good topic to discuss, and as mentioned by Victorina, each speaker only can speak for 7 minutes. Try to keep short as possible so that we can have more time for discussion, because I understand you also will be presenting this again at the main conference. So please try to give as brief as possible on the main thing that you want to, the message, right? And all presentation must be done in English. And discussion and audience could drop questions in the chat box. If you need further assistance, you can contact the committee through the chat box. Okay, to start the presentation, we have with us Professor Iyas Mahmood from United Arab Emirates University, and he's going to speak on the topic Enhanced Methane Capture by Metal Organic Frameworks for Atmospheric Restoration. Please welcome Professor Iyas Mahmood.
Good morning or good afternoon, depending on.
7 minutes.
Yes. Can you guys see my?
Yes, I can see your slide. Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So thank you for the kind introduction. So I will be presenting on enhanced methane capture by metal organic frameworks for atmospheric restoration. So the reason why this is a big problem is because methane, when it's released into the atmosphere, it's known as a greenhouse gas. So as you saw all across the world, there are some little bit strange weather patterns and things of that nature, rising temperatures, record temperatures. And some people believe that this is due to the increase in concentrations of carbon dioxide and methane. So a lot of people look at methane, but a lot of people look at carbon dioxide, but methane is also another greenhouse gas, and its concentrations have been rising since before 1984, and we've reached a record high in 2020. So the reason why it acts as a greenhouse gas is that it acts. It's basically like an insulating blanket around the atmosphere, and then when the heat comes, when the sun's light comes in, some of it is absorbed, some of it is reflected, and then basically the heat that enters is trapped. It's trapped in on Earth, and this will increase the temperature. So it's more potent than carbon dioxide. So we really have to. The whole purpose of this presentation is I want to kind of bring this to your attention that methane is also another greenhouse gas we have to look at, and also to give you some ideas about what we can do to kind of capture methane or separate methane and so on and so forth. So I work on porous materials, so I'm showing you here on my slide metal organic framework material. The way that it's made is inorganic and organic components are placed together in a building block-like approach to form a three-dimensional, sometimes three-dimensional, it can be one-dimensional as well, structure. And this structure can kind of, absorb methane, can separate methane, and depending on how you design it. So this is kind of the approach that we're taking to address this issue. So how can we design them? So we really have to, because there's so many morphs, there's so many different morphs that we can pick, then we have to really look at what are the properties of the morphs that are important to get the really high capture or gravimetric uptake or really good separation. So here we're just looking at gravimetric uptake. So here what I did is I collected experimental data on various morphs. So each of these points represents a different morph. And I generated a 5-dimensional plot. So each point represents a morph. It's color coded for the density of the morph. It gives you the BT surface area of the morph, and it gives you the gravimetric uptake, and the size of the circle gives you the pore volume. So it has all of these properties in one. And the whole reason of that I put it in a 5D plot is just to allow people to visualize what are the things that, what are the properties that are most important at these conditions, which is 298 K and 1 bar to capture methane. So as you can see, we don't usually, the one thing that people usually say is that as you increase surface area, then you'll get more uptake. That's not always true. It depends on the conditions. In this case, we don't really see that based on the experimental data shown here. So we keep increasing the surface area of the MOF, thinking that maybe you will get more absorption or more gravimetric uptake, but we don't see that. So that's the first thing, and that's the main observation we made from this. So we have to think of a new strategy. Again, what we're showing was that although there's correlations that hold at 65 bar, which are higher pressure, they don't hold at 1 bar and 298 K. So those same correlations don't really hold. So that idea or strategy, which worked for natural gas vehicles and compressed natural gas on the designing these adsorbents, doesn't really work at these cases. So we don't really see this this strong positive linear trend, which increasing surface area means increasing gravimetric uptake. This is not the case, and the R squared is 0.162. So there's really, based on this experimental data, there's really no strong fit. So we have to kind of think of another way to do it. So the other thing, what I did was I generated another plot, another 5-dimensional plot, which has methane uptake on the y-axis, and then isosteric heat of adsorption on the x-axis. And again, you have density and you have pore volume. So in this case, when you increase isosteric heat of adsorption, then you get more methane uptake. So it seems like for this system, surface area is not really very effective to increase uptake, gravimetric methane uptake, but the isosteric heat of adsorption is. So we have to think now, what are the, later on I'll discuss this more, how to really increase the isosteric heat of adsorption for this application. So the fit is reasonable. We have an R squared of 0.7234. And the data was gathered for, experimental data was gathered for a wide variety of MOFs, which have a wide variety of properties and a wide variety of isosteric heat of adsorption between 10 and 27 kilojoules per mole. So it seems like a reasonable finding. So we have this positive correlation between isosteric heat of adsorption and the actual methane uptake. So we actually made an equation where we get the methane uptake in millimoles per gram and as a function of the isosteric heat of adsorption. So you can use that to kind of predict, based on the isosteric heat of adsorption of your MOF, roughly what will be the methane uptake based on this wide range of data. So you will know immediately if you will be able to reach the target before you make your MOF. So that's the whole idea of these correlations, is that before you actually do the experiment, you have an idea of whether it would work based on these structure property relations. So essentially what we did is, I hope that what I showed you is that, methane is another greenhouse, it's another, major contributor to potential global major contributor to global warming, and that we can kind of design MOFs to kind of capture the methane or separate the methane. Here, we're just looking at capture before it's released into the atmosphere, and it causes other problems. So I want to make it more easy and efficient to design these materials. And one material we found was a good candidate is ATC copper. And when you're designing this at these conditions in this way, it's better to just target isosteric heat of adsorption rather than surface area. And in the future, more assessment needs to be done on what the effective impurities are, like water and carbon dioxide on these type of processes. And that's all I have for today. So that's less than 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Professor Iyas. Next, we have Dr. Ferhat Karaca from Nazarbayev University, and he will speak on the topic for 7 minutes. Development of new health and safety indicators, improving sustainability of residential buildings during the pandemic. Please, Dr. Farhad.
Oh, hello. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Professor. And I am also very honored to be here in this very interesting and successful event. I will talk about today the project we are running at the moment, and I'd like to start with a short video. It is just 1 minute. Then it's going to be a good introduction for everybody. Please just listen to the video.
1 minute, video?
Yes, 1.5 minutes. Yeah, yes. Oops.
The current pandemic is bringing changes to our living space requirements. Residential buildings and living spaces usually being designed with concepts promoting comfort levels for daily routines. This will not be sufficient anymore in our cities, where people may need to stay indoors for months in isolation due to the need to keep a social distance from the other members of society. Consequently, our homes become an essential part of more complex future living environments, and designing multifunctional spaces would be the new norm in a sustainable building paradigm. Healthy and comfortable living space is essential to mental and physical well-being. Developing inclusive solutions by considering local conditions to meet local needs is key to achieving better and safe solutions for future building designs. Passcode suggests developing cultural and urban-specific building characteristics and sustainability functions for times when millions of people have to work and study from home, as in the current COVID-19 pandemic. All interested stakeholders are invited to join Passcode think tank, engage in discussions, and present their ideas on adapting residential building sustainability factors and indicators to future pandemic conditions. Passcode is a multidisciplinary project aiming for the development of building sustainability features and an assessment tool for Kazakhstan, which has a vibrant and diverse culture influenced by many ethnic groups. Passcode, let's develop sustainable housing for a comfortable life during a pandemic together.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Actually, it is our introduction video, so I just decided to use it to make an introduction about the project. So we are working on how to improve our residential buildings to adopt pandemic conditions, because we have our experience from the past. I mean, all of the residential houses, not only all the buildings, even the cities are designed in a way to, by learning lessons from the previous infectious diseases. And it is going to happen in the same way. And this pandemic, I mean, coronavirus pandemic, also teaching us lots of things. And we are focusing on that, how to improve the buildings, I mean, residential buildings, to make it more sustainable and resilient for the for such episodes, such happenings. So the project is a kind of, in general description, this is what we are focusing on. And this is actually the way and the processes we have been achieving during the last year. And we just started developing or creating the indicators. Actually, I think I'm pretty sure that the audience are quite familiar with the building assessment tools, like green certification tools like BREEAM, LEED, and others. And those certification systems are available and has a kind of wide level of applications in many countries. But the missing piece is that type of certification systems, even sustainability assessment tools, are not focusing on the pandemic because we haven't experienced it for a long time. But during the last 2 years, we are just fighting with it. And this project is suggesting to add additional indicators and factors to improve the certification systems and also sustainability of the buildings. So we started with defining the indicators. In order to do it, we just focused on the literature first. And it was a kind of state-of-the-art analysis in the literature. Then we just developed a think tank, and more than 250 experts joined our think tank, and they provided their insights and ideas. Actually, today, I am also asking for you to provide your insights and ideas. It is not important that if you are expert or not on building designs. Everybody has their own experiences. So everybody has their own experiences and suggest solutions to improve our living spaces, to make them more or much better for the coming years. So after selecting the indicators and sub-indicators, we just decided to identify the ways. I mean, which indicator is important? It was a critical question. And we use a kind of survey-based instrument, and that instrument is responded by many respondents, and then we identify the weights. It means the importance of each indicator selected and identified. Then the next stage is the identification of the measures of each indicator. It is actually a very challenging topic, and we have been organizing for workshops and discussion, round table discussion series. And now we are here. I mean, one of our publications in the coming conference is going to present that what are the indicators we identified, and then how they should be measured. We are going to discuss on those topics in the coming conference, and we will present. And also, we are expecting to develop a kind of expert system. Actually, our website is working fine, and you can still our assessment system at the moment. If you go there, the link is given there. It is pansost.org, and it is working at the moment, but the expertise system is not available. It will be working in the coming year. So this is the main framework of the sustainability tool we are trying to develop. But apart from this, actually not apart, in a parallel, we are also focusing on some parallel topics like how the current physical built environment, residential built environment is impacting, for example, online studying. Now that research is published in one of the top-notch journals, and now we are focusing on how built environment is impacting the satisfaction of online workers. So that's why also I like to invite you guys to join and contribute our research. Also, we are looking for partners from some, different nations, including Indonesia, to be co-author of our research, and to take some responsibility in terms of data collection and other stuff. And we will be happy to make a kind of collaboration if anybody is interested. And these are the main indicators actually we are focusing on, and they are identified during the earlier periods of I mentioned in the previous slide, and you will see that most of them are the common things, but we are focusing deeply in each elements in this figure, and we are trying to redefine them to make a kind of better design for the future. So in the coming in the coming conference, we are going to present two topics. The first one is going to be the paper or first topic will be about the development of new health and safety indicators to improve the sustainability of the residential buildings for the pandemics. And we identified those parameters. Actually, we are going to also discuss the measures, how to assess or improve each of those elements. And the second topic we are going to focus on that. This is also a kind of inclusive results we obtained during the research, and we did a kind of survey, more than 500 students, and we just identified the main problems of non-urban, like students living in rural or highly rural places, and what are their main problems and what kind of difficulties they are experiencing in terms of their residential homes or houses. And this research also gave us lots of ideas how to improve for betterment to infrastructure we have, and we are now working on better solutions for our society. So I will keep it short, dear professor and moderator. I think it is better to be short than talk long, and I like to give more space for the other talkers.
Yes.
And join us if you like to make a contribution on this very interesting topic. And also we are looking for actually national experts to join our research to conduct some data collection discussions and develop some implementations and ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Farhat. Next, we have Komara Jaja, Universitas Indonesia, and he will speak on the topic carrying capacity assessment in Depok City, Indonesia. Please, Dr. Komara. Dr. Komara, are you ready? Yes, please, Dr. Kumara. You may, I can hear you, Dr. Kumara. You have to unmute. Hello?
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear now.
Okay. First of all, I do apologize because I changed the topic actually, because the carrying capacity looks still in progress.
Okay,
Then,
right, no problem.
and then I changed the gear to the kind of crisis management in, in coping with the pandemic. Okay.
Yeah, right.
This is a kind of a prototype of urban management actually. So that's why we are using the city of Depok as a case actually. Okay. I don't want to talk a lot actually. This one is okay. This Depok, but I don't want to talk a lot on this area population in Kabupaten. Actually, the Depok is southern of Jakarta, and then if you look the management textbook right now, there's plenty of crisis management they are talking about, especially during the pandemic. So this is the work from Deloitte. So I think the successful of each organizations or urban government to cope with the pandemic is, to what extent is the city government is respond. Well, I think everybody knows that's happening as well in terms of country or a nation. Look at that. If the leader is a kind of very responsive, then the probability of the citizens infecting a lot is relatively small, comparing with look at the United States experience, for example, during the Trump period, because the Trump is a kind of neglecting very serious pandemic, and then the burden to the citizen is quite huge. So to what extent is a response of the organization? Then do they have a kind of plan to cope with the pandemic? So especially we are here is kind racing against time because we should gathering a lot of people actually. And then don't forget, because urban management is what should I say, a kind of involving bureaucracy among the layer of office. Then sometimes this is very tricky things here, this control hierarchy to execute or to implement, and so on and so on. Then how the organization is cope with decision-making process, for example. And then don't forget, here is a kind of calculating the real burden of the pandemic is very challenging and demanding actually. And the budget is also need a kind of extension. Then in the corporate, for example, the communication is very important, and also in a country or in city government, communication is very important. That's happening in Indonesia as well, especially with heavy political debate and so on and so on. And also how we engage with the private sector and engage with public coordinations. Then there is a kind of how to execute a kind of operating management actually. Then to what extent success and fail from our execution or implementation is, so goes to the public actually. Now let me share on cities of Depok. Now is quite a bit relaxing in the sense that the good news to some extent, because we are starting from level 5. There is red. Of course, there is some measurement and indicator starting from red, and then the yellow is number 3, the green is number 2 and white is number 1. Yeah. The success story of this is because that city government is really good in establishing a strong COVID task force. And this multi-stakeholder actually, not just staff from city government, but also including the private sector, university, and also of military people, and so on and so on. And it's the high rank of ulama as well. Yeah. So during the crisis like this, is we have stood hand in hand. If you do have some problem with cohesiveness, that's happening in some local government, then a kind of messy steps to eradicate the pandemic actually. And as I mentioned before, the city of Depok is supported by enough budget from local government and also from central government. And the lucky thing is Depok, because in South Jakarta, is close to the big university, Universitas Indonesia, and they are faculty of medicine and also the faculty of public health and so on and so on. Well, even some of hospital is open for the public at the city Depok. So we are very Depok city Depok is very, very lucky. I think in some regions, unfortunately, a lot of sad story. That's good progress. Now is okay. This is happening right now actually. A lot of progress, not just in Depok, and also level 3 is here. Depok is here actually. Level 1 is only one city, is Kota Blitar. So, and let me share with you this one, the challenge. Any city government coping not just with pandemic, also with disaster, either flooding, earthquake, and so on and so on. Sometimes the coordination is challenged. Which one, as in the chart before, a kind of a hierarchy in decision making, for example, and that's come to the so-called coordinations. Not just vertical institution, aiming the same layer, the same right and responsibility, but also a coordination with horizontal institution. The vertical is going bottom from up, and then horizontal is. This sometimes is really a headache when executing, planning, for example, because we have to, in the vertical institution, we have to step by step following bureaucracy. And also in case of Depok, city of Depok, and also we call it, I think for some of you is doing public economics. What's happened in Depok is also happening in main Jakarta and also surrounding area like Tangerang, Bekasi. So Depok is not the only one infected, for example, and also what's Depok outcome is also depend on the other surrounding area, Bogor as well, Jakarta as well. So I mean, there is interlinkage between regions. So again, because
Dr. Kumara, you have 1 minute.
Okay, so so this is what we call it leakage externalities, and also administrative boundary cannot solve the problem. Now, lesson learned. I think everywhere, and also in Malaysia, what I heard is leadership is very, very important. So Pak Luhut saying that starting from Mr. President and so on and so on. And we suggest a science-based approach on problems. So not just, fortune teller or something else. And also gathering with expert judgment. And also considering the so-called best practice, whether in China or in European countries. So not just confidence by solution of ourselves, but please cross-check with other best practice in other parts of the world. And again, communicate. Otherwise, those political issues has come here. Because the opponent is very easy to attack the weakness of our effort. And don't forget, this time is kind of racing against time. in any disaster, either earthquake, flooding, or pandemic like this. So we have to explore on crisis management issues for all of us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kumara. Very interesting presentation. Next, we have Dr. Astri Hanjarwati, and she's from the Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Kalijaga. She will speak, he or she, I'm not sure, will speak on the topic, she, is it? The resilience of persons with disabilities during the COVID-19 pandemic. Please.
Okay,
Dr.
thank you. Okay, thank you, Prof. Dato. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Astri Hanjarwati. I am from Sociology Department, Faculty of Social and Humaniora, UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. My topic research is the resilience of persons with disabilities during the COVID-19 pandemic. I collaborate with Ibu Istiana Hermawati from Center for Research and Development of Social Welfare Services, Ministry of Social Affairs Indonesia, and Prof. Hussein Afisena Akil from Research Center for Policy and Management of Science, Technology, and Innovation Indonesia, Institute of Science. Okay, my research background is the resilience of people with disabilities during the COVID-19 pandemic requires special attention because people with disabilities have twice the vulnerability. And the second, in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, effort to achieve the resilience of persons with disabilities are significant. The number of people with disabilities in Indonesia is fast and requires special attention and handling. In the 2018 National Socioeconomic Survey, or SUSENAS, data from BPS show that the number of people with disability is 14.2% of Indonesian population, or 30.35 million people. Then the third background is, unfortunately, there is no conduct research on the resilience of persons with disability. And then the objective of this our study is to complete a survey of community resilience during the COVID-19 pandemic, and then to determine the level of strength of persons with disabilities during the COVID-19 pandemic, and then to determine the determinant of the resilience of persons with disabilities during the COVID-19 pandemic. We use the theory to measure the resilience of persons with disabilities. We use the Connor-Davidson Resilience Scale, or CDRS, developed by Catherine M. Connor, MD, and Jonathan, to measure the resilience of persons with disabilities. Use the Connor-Davidson argues on his scale that to determine resilience by 5 aspects. 1, the person competence, self-confidence, accepting change positively, self-control in achieving goals and how to ask for help from others, and spiritual influence, namely belief in the God and destiny. These 5 aspects develop into 25 statements on a Likert scale. CDRS has good psychometric properties and distinguish between those with more significant and lower resilience. The study used survey methods with a qualitative approach involving a research sample of 127 people with disabilities who are members of the Rise Together United, or PBB organization, and the Yogyakarta Paraplegic Association, or P3Y, in Bantul, Regency, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Data retrieval with questionnaire distributed by Google Form via WhatsApp. Data analyzed using SPSS version 26 software with descriptive analyze, frequency analyze, and factor analyze. Then our results show that the resilience of persons with disability during the COVID-19 pandemic was in the high. This is 52.6%, and in the moderate are 47.4% categories. And then the determinant of resilience are external factor in the high category, 68.6%, and the medium category is the 31.4%. And internal factor, number 2 is the determinant of resilience are internal factors in the heights are 45.3%, and the medium is 54.7%. And then it concludes that the most significant influence on the resilience of person with disability is external factor, namely the carrying capacity of family, friends in organization, neighbor, government, policies, and NGO assistance. Okay, this is my presentation. Thank you, Prof. Dato, and the audience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Astri. Very good.
Okay.
Keep the time. Yeah, actually, this presentation is not to give the full detail. This is more on the summary of your paper, which is going to be presented later. Right, next we have Dr. Pek-Sin Liu from Tsinghua University. And his topic is on progress, curse, or mixed blessing, the impact of multiple climate ambiguities on the optimal carbon emission abatement policy. Please welcome Dr. Liu. And try to finish it within 7 minutes, please. Just go to the main message. Don't go into the methods and all that, you know. What is your finding?
Sure.
Yeah, please.
So I'm very happy to have this opportunity to share our research findings on this topic. So as a broad background for our research, I think we have observed a fast growing trend in this topic in the intersection between climate studies or environmental studies and the economic studies. And here's where we build our research on. And our title is we studied the impacts of multiple climate ambiguities or uncertainties on the optimal carbon emission abatement policy. And all the authors are from Tsinghua University School of Economics and Management, Beijing, China. So as it's a short presentation, I'm gonna go through the motivations and the implications and skip very fast on the details. So the first motivation is that we have observed the diverging opinions on combating climate change across different entities. So the environmental scientists and economists usually support more aggressive climate change actions, for example, mitigation and adaptation policies. But few decision makers like the politics and some other entities might be at least less active to those actions. So here's a quote from the former president.
Are you changing your slides? Or are you still?
Yes, I'm changing my slides.
All right. But I can see.
Yes, I'm changing my slides. So it's not changing.
Not changing. I don't see. I only see the first slide.
Okay, so I'm gonna. Is that okay?
I see the first slide, only the first slide.
Sorry about it. I'm gonna. So is that okay?
Yeah, now I see another slide.
Yeah. So here's quote from the President Donald Trump on the Paris Climate Accord. He's saying that the United States would cease all participation in the Paris Agreement on climate change mitigation, and the reason he gives for his claim is that it would cost the U.S. $3 trillion in GDP and millions of industrial jobs, while total compliance of the agreement would only produce a tiny amount of the reduction in global temperature by the year 2100. So this is the first motivation. So we want to understand why those different entities' opinions might diverge this much. And the second motivation of our paper is on the climate economic interaction. So here's a simplified chart describing how we generally describe the climate economic interactions in this literature. So we start from the greenhouse gas emission, and those emissions might cause the global temperature to increase or change at least. And those change in the temperature would cause our economic productivity or the usually measured by the GDP to it usually gives a damage onto the productivity, and then the social planner or the government would see the damage and make his own abatement decisions, and those abatement decisions would control the greenhouse gas emission, and they constitute to a whole loop of this climate economic interactions. So the second motivation of our paper is that the integrated assessment models, as I have described in the previous slides, they are under criticism for their lack of robustness and sufficient justification. So, for example, the climate system is super complex and even chaos maybe, and we use those theoretic simplifications to describe such a complex system, and those estimates of those important quantities like damage functions or the climate sensitivities and the like are often multiple and inconsistent across different studies, usually because different studies use different theoretical assumptions or identification strategies. And the economic damage functions are usually criticized to be arbitrary and vague. So they indicate that those functional forms are just ad hoc simplification. So overall, our understanding on the climate economic interactions are quite limited, and this results in the limited credibility of the integrated assessment models we used for the policy assessment and the policy making. And we use this terminology ambiguity or Nichian uncertainty to describe this kind of uncertainty. It's not about what the random outcomes would realize. It describes the uncertainties that we don't know which model is the best to describe how those climate or economic data are generated or they interact with each other. So generally we have many models to describe our climate economic interactions, and we want to figure out a way to optimally taking all those alternative models into one decision-making frameworks. And here we do this in this paper. So we developed stylized climate decision-making models that are accommodating three primary sources of uncertainty in the integrated assessment models. And the first source of uncertainty is the climate sensitivity, which describes the climate sensitivity of carbon emissions. And the second one is the probabilistic characterization of the economic damages. And the third source of uncertainty is the cost efficiency of the abatement policy. And our model has the following main features that differentiate ours with the previous models. And in our model, the multiple uncertainties might coexist simultaneously. And we let the various sources of uncertainty might entangle with each other. And I'm generally introduce our main findings. So we found that various climate economic ambiguities affect the optimal carbon emission abatement policy in different directions. For example, we find that some kind of uncertainties might increase the propensity to adopt the carbon emission abatement policy, but some kind of uncertainties might undermine the incentive to reduce the carbon emissions. And we find that considering those multiple uncertainties jointly leads to the optimal policies and the economic savings. That means the welfare effects of the policies significantly different from those obtained by considering the ambiguity separately, and then just aggregate them from to get a final decision. And we find that the integrative effects are shaped by the ambiguities of the uncertainties, individual effects, relative dominance, and the relationships perceived by the decision makers. And we find that these studies they have implications with many aspects at least. The first one, I think our work has new insights into the climate or environmental economics. So for a rational decision perspective, it explains the few decision makers' reluctance to take the climate mitigation action.
You have for 1 minute.
Yeah. And we trace to the ambiguous cost-benefit trade-offs. So we think the accuracy of the cost efficiency of the policies is crucial for those kind of analysis. And the cost side and the benefit side should be taken as a whole. We cannot just separately assess them and just add them together. And we find that the multiple uncertainties in the models call for proper management, or at least the decision makers should respond to those uncertainties to get optimal policy. And we find that the rationale between the complex behavioral patterns of combating climate change can be attributed to the individual's reactions to the uncertainty. And we believe that our research takes the initial steps to identify the climate economics uncertainties from key sources. And we think that it has much more richer implications for future research. Like we want to know how the financial markets are apprise those kind of uncertainties or risks. I think that's what we want to do in the future. So thank you very much for this opportunity to share.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liu. Very interesting topic. How climate change or greenhouse gas emission impact the actual economy. Right. Last but not least, we have another speaker, Dr. Kamal Nishanta Kandewata, University of Colombo, fueling South Asia's post-pandemic economic recovery through sustainable energies. Please, let's welcome Dr. Kamal. 7 minutes, please. Try to present within 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Myself, Kamakandevatta and Ashani Fernando, we are postgraduate students at University of Colombo. We conducted our study on fueling South Asia's post-pandemic recovery through sustainable energies. This is the outline of the presentation. Let me jump into the background. When you look at South Asia, if you consider past 2 decades, the economic growth rate implied that South Asia is one of the fastest growing regions in the world. Now, with that, the energy consumption dynamics has also changed, where if you take into consideration the percentage contribution of fossil fuel to the total energy mix in South Asia has increased to around 70% from 60%, which is around 1996 to 2000 period. On the other hand, the population of South Asia is around 1.3 billion, where we have around 7.6 billion population in the world. As you can see, there is a significant portion of the world population is located in South Asia. So with these facts, it is justifiable to assume that there will be higher energy demand in South Asia. Therefore, we develop our study based on literature. Now, literature does not indicate a consensus among the researchers about the direction of the causality. Some argue there's a unidirectional causality between economic activities and energy consumption, whereas some argue there's a bidirectional causality between economic activities and energy consumption. Now, these are some literature that we use in our study. The model development was based on the Cobb-Douglas production function. As you can see, we have introduced energy consumption into the Cobb-Douglas production function, and the linear form of the equation that you're going to estimate is indicated in the slide. Now, I'm not going to touch much on the methodology. Yeah. So these are the steps that we followed in our estimation procedure, starting from panel unit root test to co-integration procedure and long-run coefficient estimation, and finally the causality estimation. Now, looking at the key findings, as the graph indicates, you can see a clear upward trend in per capita energy consumption in South Asia. Other than Pakistan, in all other 4 countries that we have indicated here, we can see a clear upward trend. Now, these are the summary statistics of the panel data series. You can see Sri Lanka has, on average, has the highest per capita income, whereas Pakistan has, on average, highest per capita energy consumption. India and Sri Lanka also has nearly that much of energy, average per capita energy consumption. The unit root test results indicate all the variables are stationary at their first difference. Therefore, we estimated the panel co-integration test using Petroni co-integration test. So it illustrates there exists a long-run relationship between the variables that we included in our model. Now, the long-run coefficient were estimated using full modified OLS estimator. As you can see in the slide, 1% increase in energy consumption leads to 0.78% increase in the economic growth, and 1% increase in capital stock leads to 0.09% increase in economic growth. Now, the long-run adjustment we estimated using error correction mechanism. The GDP per capita as well as energy consumption adjust towards their long-run equilibrium respectively by 15% and 28%. In order to find out the direction of the causality, we conducted the pairwise Granger causality test. It reveals that there's a bidirectional causality running from energy consumption to GDP, whereas there are 2 unidirectional relationships from GDP to capital stock and capital stock to energy consumption. So key implications are that since there are bidirectional causalities between economic growth and energy consumption. In the post-pandemic recovery policies, you cannot limit energy consumption within South Asian region because it will have a negative impact on economic progress itself. Therefore, energy policy should be focused on supply side and depending much on low carbon energies such as renewable energies. However, given the fiscal space available for South Asian countries, investing in such projects would not be much of the easiest decision to South Asian governments. Considering its positive impact on environment as well as its other impacts such as improving access to energy to the rural people, I think focusing more on low carbon and renewable energy sources would give South Asia a unique opportunity where to achieve economic growth while conserve the environment rather than going in the path that the Western countries went, pollute first and try to conserve the environment later. South Asian countries need to focus on environmental conservation while they are achieving development. So thank you very much.
Hey,
These are some references. And
come on. Thank you. All right, now we have a few more minutes for discussion, question. So, are there any questions? Any question from the audience?
We actually have some questions in the chat chat box, Professor Ahmad. Maybe
can you put it on the slide, the questions?
Oh yeah. Is Miss Mifta Cikarang, are you here with us? Maybe if you want to ask your question directly.
Oh, directly, yes, please. Please, who wants to ask the question directly? Otherwise, we just take from the chat box.
Okay, maybe I read it on behalf of Miss Mifta, yeah? For Mr. Ferhat Karaca, a while ago there was an issue about global climate change. This situation will have an impact on the possibility of damage to the global internet network. Then what are the benefits of the digital world today if 5 to 10 years will be destroyed if climate change is not controlled? This is from Miftah Rohim in Cikarang, Indonesia, Prof. Ahmad.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is an interesting question, actually, but rather than I am not considering it as a question. Actually, I am considering it as a kind of suggestion because, you know, while we are designing a kind of building solutions for the future, we are always focusing on digitization and digital technologies. Yes. But it seems you are right. If something happens in terms of another catastrophic impact or some catastrophic impacts of climate change, it can create additional problems. So maybe even our research team will think about that, how we can design passive solutions for our residential houses to make them more resilient. And also I'd like to invite you to provide your ideas if you have any. This is a challenging topic, actually. I don't have an answer for this question. So that's why I'm taking it.
It's very important. Yeah, what will happen if the digital technology is disrupted? Because we're depending a lot on digital. If climate change has some impact on the way the internet operates, then there's also going to be a disastrous. Yes. Anybody else from the discussion who want to respond to that question? Dr. Kamara? Nobody? Okay, we can go to the next question, please. MC.
Okay, there is another question. How many factors can be trigger the potential increased case of COVID-19 outbreak can be identified as a third wave in the future? From Abdul Qadir.
What is the
Mr.
question?
Abdul.
I don't understand the question. What
How
is
many factors can be trigger the potential increased case of COVID-19 outbreak?
how many factors
Can trigger the potential increase on the third wave COVID-19 outbreak? Maybe they were talking about the third wave, Professor Ahmad.
Who wants to reply to that? Actually, nobody talk about the health aspect. We had the methane capture, sustainable building, urban, maybe the crisis management. Dr. Kamara, you want to respond to that? What are the factors we need to look out for in looking at the third wave of the COVID? No? Nobody? Yeah, why don't we go to the next question? So there is nobody can answer that question. Yes, please.
Yeah, I think there's one here with us, Mr. Galim Tokash. Mr. Galim, you also want to ask the question directly, maybe?
Directly, okay, please. Mr. Galim. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, please go
it
ahead.
wasn't like a question. It was just, it was directed to everyone here. So we're just studying the circular economy in construction sector. So I was just curious.
It's a comment, yes.
Yeah, comments and just to gather people's idea. If people have some idea in circularity in construction sector, then just feel free to chat, like write in chat or answer. So,
are you talking about circular economy, is it?
Circular economy in construction sector, we're identifying indicators.
Yeah.
So I was just curious about people's opinion on this issue.
Can I?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Where are you from?
Kazakhstan.
Where?
Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan. Yeah,
Almaty.
I think we can talk later on, but in terms of circular economy, in terms of construction, can we identify, for example, starting from sophisticated building or sophisticated construction, then going down to the very, very simple construction or housing. Then I think we, of course, can be a kind of recycle from the advanced housing project or apartment, then it's going to down to very, very simple one. And then so we, I think now we see in some countries, well, even in Afghanistan, for example, the material for common people construction is very, very relatively simple. So I think you can explore from the reading material what sort of ingredient or what should I say? Ingredient of such kind of construction. Or if you can communicate with us, we can do a kind of joint research on that, because in Indonesia is relatively a lot of housing construction for middle class down. I mean that for marginal people, that's very, very needed actually, but not of course in Kuala Lumpur. Kuala Lumpur's income per capita is higher.
Yeah, is it not the concrete which is the main issue here, isn't it, in construction?
Yeah.
Concrete.
Yeah. Yes, not the real concrete, but others materials can, well, to some extent we can say recycle, but produce in lower relatively quality.
Yeah, we should go back to using bamboo, using wood. You know. I know in Germany, the Fraunhofer organization, they do a lot of research on recyclable concrete.
Yes.
So they're
yes.
looking at that because a lot of people use concrete. But I know of professors in Germany, they're looking at the traditional houses in Philippines, Indonesia,
Oh, I see. Yeah.
in terms of green houses, you know, to
Yeah.
move away
Yeah.
from the use of concrete and all this. And when we talk about the airflow, in fact, the traditional houses have better airflow compared to the current construction here.
Yeah.
Okay, any other question?
Well, and also back to the
Yes, please.
third wave pandemic,
Ah,
I think we can do by tracing actually, but we should have a kind of what type of COVID they suffer, and then after say for example the third generation of COVID, then we have to the so-called doing tracing, you know, people connecting to him and so on and so on.
yeah.
Because in Indonesia there is no second I can say second generation or third generation of such kind of COVID. We don't do that. But but we are ready just in case there is a new hybrid of COVID actually.
See, what happened is second wave, third wave is because of new variants. So
I
as
see.
long as we have the COVID in the community, the virus, then the longer it is in the community, then it will sort of change. So once a vaccine has come in, then there's less and less incidence in the community. Then the chances of changing into other forms, it's less. So in fact, so this is what the people in the medical public health field tells us, right? Yeah, Victorina, are we finishing now? It's already 4 o'clock.
Yes, unfortunately, we have to wrap this
please.
session.
Please.
Thank you, Prof. Dato Ahmad, our moderator of this session. And that's all right. I think we have a very exciting session today. Please be informed that after this breakout room sessions, we will guide you to proceed to main room in the Zoom lobby for an interactive session between the two focus group discussions. You will be invited to give questions as well. And in the main sessions, we will have some announcements as well as the attendance links for your reference. We will now have a 15-minute break with some video performance on show. But before the break, allow me to give some information about our upcoming event. So we will have our main event of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference with the big theme of global strategies for a resilient and sustainable post-pandemic world towards a better future for all. This will be held on Tuesday and Wednesday on October 26th and 27th, 2021 from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Western Indonesian time. For more information, kindly visit our website or you can directly contact us to our email address as you see on the screen. Okay, this is our official posters for this conference, although we already finished the call for abstracts, but we will kindly go to our website for the updates informations. We kindly invite the academics and non-academics to join our events. And that's it. See you in the main sessions. Thank you, Prof. Ahmad.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all discussants and audience.
Jangan ya. Ini aku. Iya. Jangan pukul rata semua. Itulah makanya tanya sama apa enggak.
thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Now we will have the national anthem of Indonesia.
Okay, so this will be a semi-coaching session. I'll be talking for about 40 minutes or so, and at the same time, you can also draw on your graph. If you already have a draft or manuscript of a paper that you already have, go on and go on.
Just keep on gathering data forever and still not be completely, satisfied that we've completed. It's the same problem I was mentioning before. Because there is so much information out there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Petra, for you insightful answer. About 3 hours together, hopefully the material sanctify you knowledge, new information for all of us, especially in order to improve the quality of our paper.
And see you on the second day of Writing Coaching Clinics of 2021 and ICSGS Academic Conference tomorrow. See you and thank you all. In this focus group today. If you need any assistance, feel free to contact me through the chat. You received.
Berikanlah kami kekuatan, berilah kami keriduan-Mu untuk melancarkan acara ini, untuk mensukseskan acara ini. Di hari kedua ini, kami akan meneruskan program kami dari kemarin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Al-Fatihah. Doa selesai.
Semoga lancar dan dijawabkan dengan
Hello, all participants and audience of Writing Coaching Clinics, the 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference. We now in the main agenda of Writing Coaching Clinic sessions that consist of a concept talk and an interactive coaching session.
Now, a little bit of example of looking at the journal article. If you visit a high-ranked journal, it's one of the papers that Ms. Kela is using.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. After these, we are to proceed to lobby and we will have some announcements also for the closing remarks, as well as the attendance link for your reference. So please let me lead you to the lobby, and thank you, and also see you in the next event.
Excellencies, ladies and
Recording
gentlemen,
in progress.
welcome back to the main session. We could see that we had an exciting interactive session with the two focus group discussion. Now, to complete the discussion, let's have an interactive dialogue between the two focus groups. The discussion of strategic and global studies track will be presented by Ibrahim Khalil Rahman, PhD, while the Sustainable Development Approaches will be presented by Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim, FASC. This session will be led by our moderator, Ibrahim Khalil Rahman, PhD, and at the end of the discussion, he will also present the concluding notes of today's pre-conference seminar. To discuss discussion and audiences, you are welcome to drop your question in our chat box. Now, let us pass this session to Bapak Ibrahim. Please, sir, the forum is yours.
Thank you very much, Mas Ihsan, for again kind introduction for this session. Maybe I would like to invite Professor Dato to join me as well on the stage, as we'll be interactively discuss what are the findings that we gather from our each focus group discussion. Professor Dato, would you mind to join me on the stage?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has been very fruitful 45 minutes, I think, Professor Dato, that we have seen a lot of interesting topics and research that have been discussed. I'm just wondering, maybe I can start from my side, that the topic of presentation have been ranging from energy strategy, and then the COVID-19 pandemic in Malaysia, innovation, how to drive innovation in Indonesia, knowing that we have limited capacity to produce our own equipment, so that if we are not relying with our own capacity, then we are not able to cope with the pandemic currently happening. And there are also some discussion related to collaboration. Yeah, Chinese, our counterpart from China mentioned that it is not time to blame each other, but it is time to collaborate and coordinate, because we cannot rebound all together without any cooperation between countries. And lastly, we also have some impact assessment in our discussion. We discuss about the impact of vaccination, which might be seen as a tool to reduce the further deterioration of COVID pandemic. We also discuss about the declining in spending in some areas regarding cigarettes, for instance, which kind of signaling that COVID is really happening, hampering both health aspect and economic aspect. So before we open up some discussion with audience, I'm really wondering what has been your lesson learned from your session, Prof. Maybe you can share with us the finding and illustration on the discussion in your session.
Thank you very much, Pak Ibrahim. So Dr. Ibrahim is Pak Ibrahim. I'm Anak Ibrahim, because my father is Ibrahim. Anyway, in our session, we're all looking at mainly on the GSG emission of greenhouse gas. We started with a paper by Professor Iyas from UAE, and he talked about the methane part of greenhouse gas, how technologies can be put in place to capture methane. Now, in fact, instead of carbon dioxide, people are talking about methane, especially from like in Brazil, a lot of production, livestock production, they produce a lot of methane. And methane, I know, is 21 times more potent than carbon dioxide. So methane has become a very important topic in the GSG emission. Then we had Dr. Farhad. He spoke about how building will have to change during the pandemic, post-pandemic, because of the need to have incorporate all the spaces for study space for student and air circulation within building. And somebody also raised about a circular economy with respect to construction industry and building, whether we need to go back to the traditional way of making or building houses using traditional materials which can be recycled. And there was some very interesting presentation by China on some model, the economic model, looking at climate change and the economy. And he has come out with a nice study which actually pose some question on the integrated assessment model that has been used. And because although we don't want the fossil fuel to be used, but we cannot run away from the cost-benefit analysis. So he has presented quite a very useful model which can influence the policy on GHG emission by countries, and this should be a good paper to look at during the conference in end of the month. And there was some discussion also on the crisis management under the pandemic in terms of urban planning, and this came from a speaker from the Universitas Indonesia itself. And there was some interesting presentation from Sri Lanka, and he talks about the need to move towards a low carbon economic growth. And he compared how the different South Asian countries are performing with regards to this aspect of economic growth. But one interesting observation is on, as you know, from the pandemic, we talk a lot about digital technologies. Everyone is going digital. Education is digital, health is digital, e-commerce, everything is dependent on the internet. What happened if something as a result of climate change, the rising in temperature, will disrupt the internet itself? So this is an interesting question that came up, and nobody actually could give an answer to that because nobody is looking at that at the moment. So those are the things that we discussed in our Pak Ibrahim. Yes.
Thank you very much, Prof. Very interesting. I imagine it must be very hot topic. You have been moderating during your session, and I will be opening probably about 2 questions, short questions from the audience. Maybe 1 question from audience and 1 question from the offline, as time is really approaching towards the end. So we start from the audience. I think we have, Arifin Hariputra. How effective are policymakers in forming the right strategies in response to the pandemic? Maybe Professor Dato, you would like to comment on this? Lesson learned from Malaysia, for instance. How effective are policymakers in forming the right strategies in response to the pandemic?
It's a very interesting question. What does he mean by policy makers? You mean the government?
Maybe government, yeah.
Government, yeah. I think, the pandemic takes the world by storm. We all do not know what is coming with the pandemic. We are unsure about how dangerous it is and how to deal with the different variants. So a lot of uncertainties. So I'm not sure whether anybody can come up with a really appropriate policy. Struggling, experimenting, all countries do that. But because of the collaboration which was brought together through WHO, I think we are now getting somewhere in terms of coming up with the policy. In fact, in Malaysia, we're already talking about living with the virus. And as we have been living with the other virus, the flu virus and all that, so with the appearance or with the development of effective vaccines, and also now one company, Merck, I think they've come out with another therapeutic drugs. So soon, I think most countries will move towards endemic, the pandemic to endemic, where we'll be sort of living with it and taking the necessary precaution to actually avoid getting the virus.
Yeah. Maybe I will add a bit on that discourse by saying that based on our discussion as well, that there are a lot of stakeholders when talking about the response to the pandemic. Even though government is the goalkeeper, apparently, but there are also the role of media, the role of the role of local government, LSM, or social organization. That will be all together forming awareness between citizen all across the globe. So it's not only that the role of government as the only sole responsibility actor, but also other stakeholders should be all collaborating in this kind of situation. I have some slides on that on the last presentation that I will share with you later on. But let's move to next question from Lera Effects. Professor Dato, do you find the concept of sustainability and resilience still relevant to the global societies after the pandemic?
Of course. In fact, sustainability is going to be even more complicated.
Yeah.
Because of the pandemic, but pandemic actually came out also from our neglect of the sustainability agenda, because we are opening up lands, without looking at the impact on the habitats of these microbes. Actually, if you look at the microbes in the forest or in the ecosystem, the biodiversity, there are still huge numbers which are still thriving in their natural habitats. So definitely sustainability is becoming more and more urgent now with regards to as a response to the pandemic. Yes.
Yeah, I will second that opinion as well, Professor Dato, because if we contemplate on what our second panelist on the impact of pandemic on urban planning, domestication of human, then we can realize that now government or economic actors will think that economic achievement is not the most important thing. Somehow that we have to achieve the most essential part of human needs, which is health and education probably. So the needs to build, beautiful airport or skyscraper would not be at most important agenda as it was or it used to be, but rather shifting towards different mindset to see that the flatness of society will change the mindset of people, that actually we just need simplicity in our life. That's I think something I learned from the Professor Gunawan remark.
Yes, that's correct, Prof. Gunawan. Very good.
Okay. I will open up one last question from the audience, maybe direct question that you can, if you have something to share with us before we. No?
Yeah, Bapak Ibrahim, we actually also have a compiled offline question from the audience earlier on the for the audience link. For the IT team, maybe you could present the questions.
Maybe we can select one.
Yes, sure.
Okay. There are some questions here. I'll give a privilege to Professor Dato to select which question we would like to discuss.
Oh, these are the questions, is it?
Yeah, this is the offline questions collected from the audience. Maybe let's start maybe number 6, if you agree.
Yeah, please.
So are we prepared to live with this situation and transportation? Well, basically, we cannot avoid. I mean, it is something that you have to face.
Yes.
You have to be more, adaptive to the fact that you have to spend more. Just to run your normal operation, you have to spend more. Your drivers should have healthcare facilities. You have to give them more vitamins. You have to test them on regular basis. You have to send them to vaccination center. You have to be more adaptive if your truck or your ship cannot move because you have under quarantine period. So I think it is not a question of either or, but rather something that automatically you have to be more adaptive to this situation in all aspects. I'm talking probably more from transportation, as I'm dealing this industry day by day. We cannot just avoid. It is something you have to face. And and we have to make sure that the adaptation, the adaptive process should be quicker. Otherwise, customer cannot wait, and it will be just creating a lot of backward impact for us. That's probably more operating reasons from my side. Maybe Professor Dato, you will have more beautiful nuance to
yeah, I think we just have to adapt, like you say. We need to adapt because there is no way that we can completely eradicate this virus. And in fact, we have seen over the last few years, there were other viruses that emerged, also the coronavirus, but it's not been as infectious as this one. And scientists are predicting that more will come in the future. We're not careful. So we must be ready actually with adapting to the kind of life where you are being sort of threatened by these new viruses. So like Malaysia and many countries are now more investing in their own vaccine facility, because you see from the pandemic, a lot of problems in sharing vaccines. The rich countries, they store more vaccine and they don't give it to poor countries. Now all countries are looking at, why don't we also do our own vaccine production? And it's not difficult because all now using this mRNA technology and all biotech, and so I think that is going to be the way that the countries will operate. We have to live with it, and we have to be ready for the next outbreak.
Thank you very much, Professor Dato. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to continue this discussion on and on, but of course, time is unrenewable resources. We have to end our discussion this time. But before, let me conclude what we have been what have been witnessing during this conference, pre-conference agenda. Please, officer, can you give me an access to present my screen? IT. I just would like to recap the conclusion from today's agenda. Would you please give me the access to present my screen sharing?
Yeah, IT team, can you please? Okay.
Already no.
Please, yeah, please.
Okay,
Dr.
thank
Ibrahim.
you very much. So it has been very interesting and stimulating discussion we had from Pak Luhut in the morning, and then several panelists. I think the plenary session has been bringing a lot of important notion on how the macro policies should be incorporated with data-driven analysis. Pak Luhut mentioned that mobility in Indonesia has been all well monitored using Google mobility, using Facebook mobility, just to better understand the risk, the exposure, and the risk when people are becoming more mobilized, such a way that PPKM or restriction is implemented based on the data. So basically, policy is important, and policy can only be introduced with data-driven or evidence-based. The second would be adaptive technology. Is important to minimize the risk of disaster management. We know that in Indonesia, for instance, the nature of disaster can change time by time, location by locations. There is no such way that we can treat every disaster similarly. So adaptive technology is important, and more into that, sometimes technology should also be complemented with the local wisdom, like what we have learned this morning or this afternoon. And then we also learn about the change in societal landscape from megalotomia to esotomia. Francis Fukuyama, I think for all of you interested with political economy, which means that with pandemic, we have blessing in disguise. The economy will be a bit of slowing down, emission will be slowing down in such a way it will give us a lot of time to reflect on, to more reflective on what we have been doing to this Earth, planet Earth, and probably something that maybe give us some reminder. Probably we have been going too far and too much from Earth extraction. And the last one is micro coordination is very important. So we have to see both perspective from micro level and micro level. It cannot be either or, it should be a combination between the two. And then from the FGD, from Professor Dato, we see a lot of keywords here: building and circular economy, greenhouse gas emission, climate change, and the impact on the economy, and how to deal with crisis management and urban planning. Everyone is going digital in their educations, working, and there will be a lot of agenda that we have to be well tackled so that society can be seeing current phenomenon as new normal. And climate change is also an agenda that we have to realize the impact towards society. In my FGD, sustainable development approaches, we can see a lot of aspect here that pandemic can be mitigated by better information to the citizen, the role of media on vaccination so that citizen can value the vaccination as important as they understand the value of being vaccinated and the value of having herding or herd immunity. And that's something we realized from Malaysian experience. Policy coordination is important. It cannot be seen as one policy fits for all. We need something both at the regional, local, and governmental analysis. In the medium analysis, we see that the pandemic also hit mental health. Something should be done here. The pandemic has also increased the innovation, something Professor Dato mentioned. We cannot rely, ultimately, we cannot rely on technological importation because we have to stick on our own feet. Otherwise, sustainability is the issue. If we keep importing, keep dependent on foreign technologies, for instance. So that also in Malaysia, they introduced their own vaccine. Indonesia, we introduced our own respiratory machine, something like that. Last one will be collaboration and solidarity and sustainable protocols and economy. So that's probably what we have been discussing so far. Again, I think myself, Ibrahim, and my senior but with younger mindset, Professor Dato Ibrahim as well, both of us, we are very privileged to be here to be moderating this topic. And I'm sure there are a lot of knowledge and insight that we can gather from this session in the afternoon and late afternoon now. Professor Dato, if you have a last sentence from you before we end.
No, you have covered everything. Thank you, everyone. And it has been a very good experience.
Thank you very much, Professor Dato. Thank you, everyone, distinguished moderators, distinguished discussion and participants. Thank you very much. My name is Ibrahim Rahman. I'm very happy to be with you until the end of the FGD session. And I will return my microphone back to our two wonderful MCs, Victorina Arif and Isan Gifari. Thank you and see you later in the next occasion. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim, for leading our plenary session today, and also Prof. Dato Ahmad. And the session has been exceptionally exciting. So thank you to our respected moderators. Now we kindly invite two discussants to give their short impression message, about 1 to 2 minutes, about this event. Firstly, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Ferhat Karaca from Nazarbayev University. He is in Sustainable Development Approaches Focus Group. Prof. Ferhat, are you here with us now? Yeah, could you give some short impressions message about today's event?
Okay, thank you very much, Victorina. And actually, I like to express my appreciation for the organization. It is one of the smooth and best organization I attended during this online meeting periods. I mean, during last year. So everything was great. So very successful. Actually, also I'd like to thank the IT guys. I see that there is a certain effort behind the screens. Even you changed my screen name, which was fantastic. So the sessions are well planned. All the plenary talks were great, and the moderators were fantastic. They were talking and managing everything in a very smooth way and mediating. Thank you very much for organizing such a nice event. I am happy to be here. I am proud to be here. Thank you, and I am honored. Well done. Thank you guys. It was great. Scientific activity. I am really impressed, and even I couldn't miss 1 minute. It is more than three hours, so I haven't regret even in a single second. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you so much, Prof. Ferhat, for sharing your experience with us and also for your support and message. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Liu Chi-yong from UCSI University that also has been joining us today to express your experience about the program. Dr. Liu.
Okay, hi. Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to give the impression message. I really like this pre-conference seminar because I think on my side, all the topics spoken by the discussants were very interesting. So I learned a lot of things from it. And it also, this pre-conference seminar gave me the opportunity to share my research, what I found, and also, I think that will benefit the audiences and also other discussants and other people who are interested to listen. And I think this pre-conference seminar is well organized. You have a very wonderful background design and also very systematic in terms of the coordination of the different sessions. So I really enjoy it very much. And I think I would encourage my friends to participate in this kind of conference in the future. Yeah, so that's my impression message.
Thank you, Dr. Liu. Thank you for your support and thank you for your participations in today's event.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, so please, Mr. Iksan.
Yes, thank you, Victorina. We kindly ask the Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia, Ator Subroto, PhD, to present a token of appreciation to our respected moderators and discussants. Please, Bapak Ator, the time is yours.
Bapak Ator, could you please unmute your microphone? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dorina. Yeah, thank you, Dorina and Isa. Thank you, Professor Dato, Dr. Ferhat, and Dr. Liu. I appreciate all of your participation today. This is kind of token appreciation for it. Please receive this certificate of appreciation. Thank you for Professor Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim. Terima kasih. And then certificate of appreciation as a moderator, Ibrahim Khalilur Rahman, my very, very best friend from the beginning. Thank you again, Ibra. Very well done. Thank you very much. I hope that the next time we will go further. And again, certificate of appreciation to as a discussion for Dr. Liu, Narotam Kumar, Mr. Sidi, Nurbaiti, Ibrahim Shahandi, Rizki, and Ms. Indah Purwaningsi. Thank you very much for your contribution today. And we very appreciate your contribution for today. Thank you very much.
And for the sustainable development approach, Bapak Akhtar.
Yeah, from the discussion from the Sustainable Development Approach, SDG. Thank you, Prof. Yas Mahmud, Prof. Dr. Kumarajaya, Dr. Asti, Maxine Liu, Dr. Lu, and Kamal Nisan Tama Sandewata from the of Colombo. Thank you very much for your kind of contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bapak Ator, and thank you, our respected moderators and discussion for your contribution on this event. To complete our event, we invite Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia, Chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference, our respected moderators and discussant to turn on the camera as we're about to take virtual photo. First, from the Strategic and Global Studies Group, okay, I will lead the photo session. 3, 2, 1, go. IT team, all good? Okay. Next, we will take virtual photo for the Strategic and Global Studies Group.
IT team probably need to sometimes to find the discussants. Is everything okay, IT team? Please, Iksan.
Thank you, Victorina. I will lead the photo session again. 3, 2, 1, go. IT team, all good? Okay, thank you, everyone. And next, from the Sustainable Development Approaches Group, please wait a moment as our IT team are working hard to find all the names that is included in the Sustainable Development Approach Group. Thank you. Okay, IT team, are you ready? Okay, I will lead the photo session again. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, all good? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching to the edge of the event. But before that, let's have a closing remarks from the Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia, Bapak Ator Subroto, PhD. Please welcome Bapak Ator. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Victorina, for your very nice introduction and invite me to give closing remarks. Excellencies, Honorable Minister, AUA managers, sector, director, deans of department, guest discussion, audience, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I believe that all of us will enjoy today's event, the seminar. It is my great pleasure that you have exciting and fruitful discussion throughout the plenary sessions and the to focus group discussions. After successfully holding 4 previous conferences this year, the School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia collaborates with the Asian University Alliance, AUA, to bring this year's significant academic conference with a theme of global strategies for a resilient and sustainable post-pandemic world towards a better future for all. Before the conference day, we are calling to significant programs, which today we have gone through the second program, pre-conference seminar, with the theme of the strategies and adaptation to the pandemic and emerging response. With this holistic program of an intellectual dialogue, authors and speakers from multidisciplinary backgrounds, we highly expect every participant and audience bring home a great insight on the global knowledge and ideas and the response strategies and adaptation to the pandemic topic. We observe the plenary session and a focus group discussion. So I can call all note that the objective of this event has successfully accomplished. The messages from speakers and authors clearly pinpointed that in facing the crisis, we all have to put hands together to have a comprehensive and responsive strategies and adaptation. I'd like to express my high appreciation to AUA Secretariat, the technical committee from School of Strategy and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, and all the co-host universities for organizing this successful event. Then, of course, my deep respect to all speakers, discussion, moderators, and audiences are honored to have you today. See you in the main event of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bapator, for the remarks. Before we're closing today's event, we want to invite all of you to take a group photo. So to everyone that's been joining us with us today, please turn on your camera as we're about to take a virtual photo. So how many pages are we having today, IT? 3 pages. Okay, so we will start in the first slide. Okay, I will count down. IT team, ready? In 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay, all good, IT? Okay, for the second slide. IT team, ready? I will count down in 3, 2, 1, smile. Great. Is it okay, IT? For the last slide. Okay, give your big smile. IT team ready? In 3, 2, 1, go. Perfect. Thank you everyone for your participation.
To our respected moderators and discussant, we are honored to have you today. And to all our audiences, thank you for your excitement and participation. Please be informed that the certificate of your participation will be sent to your registered email according to your attendance. The link of the attendance is shared in the chat room. Hopefully, this event will be beneficial and insightful for us all.
Before we're closing, we also like to add some important information about our upcoming program. We will have our main event, the 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference, with the grand theme of global strategies for a resilient and sustainable post-pandemic world towards a better future for all. This event will be held on Tuesday and Wednesday on October 26th and 27th, 2021, from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Western Indonesian Time. For more information, kindly visit our website, and also you can contact us to our email address as shown in the screen. Yes, this is our official flyer, but for more updates, kindly go to our website. We kindly invite the academics and non-academics to join our events.
On behalf of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference Committee, we would like to extend gratitude for your kind participation and support. Thank you.
And see you on the main event of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference. See you. Bye.
See you all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all of the speakers, moderators, discussants, audience. Thank you, everybody. See you in our next event.
Recording stopped.